we'd like to, on behalf of the organizers, apologize for having to start a little bit behind schedule. Please accept our sincere apologies. It's not in our nature, but sometimes some things tend to work against plans. But be that as it may, thanks to God Almighty that we are now seated, and of course we are ready to begin the business of the day. Could you please ask someone the very essence for which we are here seated? Ask the person, what are we doing here? What's the purpose of our gathering? Let's see what's going to the lifeline. Did the person get the right answer? All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of pleasantries, those who are seated very close to you, you know their names already, you know where they work. And if you want them to know you better, or you want to know them better, you can ask further questions in the course of the event. We want to, of course, recognize the fact that we are all very important personalities here seated. In our own rights, in our organizations, in our homes, on our streets, we are very important personalities. But for the purpose of this occasion, there are a few people we have to give some special recognition to who would help us ensure the coordination of today's event. By the way, my name is Hilary Damisa. I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the microphone, not the Federal Republic. All right. May I ask that we specially recognize some of the following personalities that are seated with us in no particular order of precedence or protocol, but at least by way of respect and honor. May I ask that we very specially recognize the chairman of today's occasion, who is a gentleman by all standards. He wears the shoe of the managing director of one of Nigeria's leading data centers, Mr. or rather, I beg your pardon, Dr. Ayotunde Koka, MD Rack Center. Please a round of applause. Dr. Koka, oftentimes people ask me whether you are Nigerian. We, in the same vein, want to recognize the presence of the president of the Nigerian Internet Registration Association, NIRA, Mr. Mohammed Rudman, ably represented by Mr. Toby Obani, who is also the MD of Google Host. Please a round of applause for him. Of the MD CEO of Global Accelerates, Mr. Tunde Ogunbade, represented by Mr. Chuks Anakudu, the Chief Product Officer. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you. We also very warmly and especially want to welcome our friend all the way from the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Galaxy Backbone Limited, Architect Yusuf Kazari, ably represented by the Marketing Manager, Galaxy Backbone, Mr. Chidi Obala. Please a round of applause for him. For those of you I have not called directly in person for recognition, I'm reserving your recognition for the latter part of this program. Please give yourself a very warm round of applause. We are gathered not because today's date has been set in the month of October, but most importantly, because God Almighty has destined that today will come to be and we will all be gathered here. Please may I crave your indulgence that we all stand up respectfully to render the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let's be seated. Please, I'd like to appeal to those of us that are at the back to please move forward. Our dignitaries came into the venue of this program. I'd like to very respectfully recognize the President of the Center for Cyber Awareness and Development, Nigeria's foremost broadcast IT journalist. Though he said he's retiring, I don't know whether that has taken effect. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome my principal, Dr. Bayero Agabi. All right. Without boring you with too much pleasantries, may I now invite the Commander-in-Chief of today's occasion, the Managing Director, RAC Center, a man of immense humility, very handsome, and indeed, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Ayotunde Koka for the opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted and honored to be here to chair the occasion and to give the opening remarks. We're talking about Mobile Disruptive Technology Forum, and in thinking about the opening remarks, I thought that perhaps I'd set the context around a broad global journey we've been on. Then the journey I've seen in Nigeria, particularly over the last 10 years, and how things will probably develop going forward, and talk from time to time about some of the content of the agenda. Does that work for you? Right? Okay, good. We keep talking about the fact we're now in the fourth industrial revolution, right? And I kind of been thinking about how this has transpired through the years, because the first 100 years, the first industrial revolution with steam and so on, that's how long it took. And then the second 100 years to around about 50 years ago was what was the second industrial revolution, and also elements of automation broadly, but mechanical automation. And that was very much led, actually, in many ways by Britain, and then Europe, and then America. And then you start to see the third one, Industrial Revolution, start to get through to Asia, and global interconnectivity, technology, the internet, and so on. But what's been happening in the process is increasing globalization through that process. And a lot of the economies that were involved through the earlier times could sustain, because there's certain aspects of operating cultures and process and structure that have continued to sustain them in all of the global transformations. And the other thing is that those countries generally tend to realize just at the point in time where they have to reinvent themselves, otherwise they become obsolete. I'd hold that thought for now, because that's one of the things that we now need to think about in Nigeria with respect to how we go forward, but within the Africa context. So, if the first one took 100 years, the second did over 100 years actually, the second took 100 years, the third took just 50 years, and I think we're all very, very fortunate to have lived through some of the third industrial revolution, and I'll show my age. I've lived through pretty much all of the third industrial revolution, and I'll give my own experience in that one that I've lived through. And now we're in the fourth industrial revolution, which is the next stages of digitization. New things coming through as blockchain, mobile telephony, and condensed computing. Everybody in the world right now has a better to be able to express yourself and speak out rather than modulating with a mic in a small room like this. Can you hear me in the back?
Yes, sir.
So let me just speak without a mic. Does that work?
Yes.
Good. So now we're in the fourth industrial revolution, and we all carry supercomputers out around with us, right? Amazing connectivity. This little thing that I have here in my pocket, in 1989, I remember that we had a computer in a room about this size, water-cooled computer, that had 5 MIPS of processing capability, right? This one probably has how many gigamips or whatever it is of processing capability. It's now in your pocket. However, it's doing so much more in digitization that it hasn't actually reduced the amount of data center space you need. It's actually increasing it. Because I remember in 1990 when we had these new Spark stations, Sun Spark stations and these HP, we used to call them pizza boxes, right? And the data center manager thought, oh my God, my job is finished. Couldn't 100 MIPS in a little pizza box. But what happened was we could do a lot more computing without 100 MIPS. It wasn't just character strings, screens, and so on. So if you think out the stages of what we've had over the last sort of 40 years, I'll start say about 40 years ago, we had the mainframe computing, which was kind of specialized bit of back office computing, character screens and so on. And then if you look at it through around about the early 80s, we had the PCs starting to come through with floppy disks and so on, personal storage capability, more computing at the desktop in the hands of individuals to do a lot more. So we started to do a lot more because many more people will now have their own computing capability to build on. And a tremendous amount of progress in that through the 80s. But nevertheless, I still remember punch cards, where you had to set, punch cards would go in, they knock about, not go, and those are people who are probably in University of Lagos in the 80s and late 80s. This some of the Fortran and COBOL programming. You write it down, you submit it, you get your punch cards, you check it. Imagine that kind of time cycle with respect to how you deliver value through computing. It took ages, but nevertheless, we're starting to innovate through that. Client-server computing and things that were happening on the client, and you had servers, and that was another change in revolution. In the servers, you had PDP-11s from VAX and so on. And you have to innovate to survive. If you look at some of the key players, VAX VMS was a fantastic operating system those days. And then came Unix. They innovated, they gave students free access to Unix. It became kind of democratized and, truly a bit, I used to be quite frustrated sometimes with these people with this operating system was half-baked, poor security, but it built up so much momentum. They started to transform Unix to now compete with VMS. But because they didn't innovate in terms of not just the technology, in terms of adoption and everything, that operating system died. So it's not necessarily the first in with the best product, but it's the people and technologies that can innovate over time that has actually brought about change. And that means actually engage with the human factors aspect of the innovation and the technology you're implementing, right? So move forward through, and laptops started to emerge. And then we started to shift through the 90s now to say that Oracle was one of the champions of these shifts, that the network is the operating system. The network is the computer. And that's what's happened. Interconnectivity is what has made technology pervasive now. And that's over the last 50 years. And then in the mid-90s, late 80s into the early 90s, we had the internet protocol, right? Which compared to things like token ring and so was actually initially quite inefficient. But it allowed a broad-based, Ethernet-based protocol for access to put in the operating system in the network. I remember asking someone in 1994, this new World Wide Web thing, I was at Capgemini at the time, how do we really truly innovate with it? We're now bringing functionality through applets and just basic functionality over the network to start to innovate and put so much more computing, much more democratized in the hands of the people. you could just build your own system. And so that's transformed significantly coming into the 2000s to where the internet changed everything. 1998, 99, we were working with Egg Bank in the UK. We put in place the first truly digital internet bank. So people who are talking about fintech and say fintech is new and stuff like that, fintech actually started around about 2000, 2001. And a lot of those innovations with digitization through fintech, okay? And came big data analytics through the 90s with data warehousing technologies and so on that allowed companies to assess and analyze their business processes, but much more importantly, have data about the customer that they could data mine. Big data started to happen and get closer to the customer and transform businesses with the customers through technology. Now that's the journey of digitization. That journey of can you still hear me in the back? Right? That journey of digitization has happened so much so, right? Okay? That it's now pervasive and become a way of life. You see what I mean? Through to the 2000s, and we now start to have significantly more functionality, but now also mobile telephony, digital TV, satellite TVs. And what that's done is actually brought interconnectivity across the world significantly, and in a very, very short period of time. As a generation, whether you're millennial, baby boomers, or whatever, we have had the privilege of being able to experience this fantastic change over the last 40 years, especially, amazingly, over the last 15 to 20 years with the internet. But then what's happened now that's not the end of it, because the mobile telephony with digital TV has interconnected the world. And we found this shift with not just a shift actually, it's an inclusion of Asia into this process. We've had the inclusion from the first revolution, right? With the UK, through to Europe, through to the US, and now Asia coming into the mix. The next mix is Africa. So now Africa comes into the mix with the fourth industrial revolution. And that's what it means for us, and that's what we're talking about today. And a whole set of these things are starting to come together. So if you look at banking, you now do your banking online. But you see, we used to talk about whether you had bricks and mortar, whether they would no longer be relevant in those days. At Egg Bank, having started Egg Bank as a consultant, I joined them in the early 2000s as a director of digital services. And we're looking at what does it mean, online banking, how do you innovate, how do you get banking into the rhythm of people's lives. We're putting some innovation in place where you could look at your money now and how it means in terms of planning your tomorrow. So we had this very interesting solution. You could put in all your facts. It was sort of now insured banking, right? Bank insurance. You could put all your information into this system, your age, children, everything, what you earn, what you want to do, when children might need to get married, you want to buy a house, you want to do this in time, and it tells you can't retire. This is what I want to do when I retire. And then it tells you, sorry, you can't retire till you're 90. Then you then figure out, oh dear. So if I want to do these things, I need to optimize my financial services, maybe more efficient borrowing, better mortgages, spend less on that wedding that I thought I would spend so much on. And then you can work it out and say, okay, it looks like I could retire at 65. So what do? You go and buy all those financial services. But then we started to change it, that those financial services you could start to buy online. And we disintermediate the intermediaries, right? So that fintech technology change has been happening for about 18 years now. So reprogram your mind when you think fintech is new. No, fintech has just gone to a different level of sophistication with mobile telephony and so on. So where we've got to now is coming down to what it means for us in Africa with the innovation that's been going on. Mobile telephony has transformed Africa. It's given us the opportunity to leapfrog. And in banking, we've also had technology that allowed us to leapfrog. When I was in Access Bank 10 years ago, I would say to the board that we're actually, in the UK, I worked, I saw what was happening, with Barclays of this one, Lloyds Bank, UBS, JP Morgan, and so on. And I would say, actually we are ahead of all of those companies with some of these technologies. Within a millisecond of you doing a transaction, you have a text alert. Some of these companies have only just started doing it in the last 3 to 4 years, right? We innovated to do it. Despite the challenges of technology here, we've got 99.5% availability on our networks, and ATMs that were available 99 average countrywide, right? Countrywide average. So imagine the level of availability we had in Lagos. And we started to compare to Damaturu, for instance, because Damaturu will have serious issues. So it affects averages. But back on an average, we have that, which is significant, and it became the norm in the banking industry, that level of expectation of transformation. So in financial services, we'll be leveraging technology to get this innovation. And suddenly we then started to have the mobile banking as well. And the mobile has now truly put computing in the hands of the user and also in the hands of the end customer. So we think all of this so-called disruption is completed. So we're about now into the fourth industrial revolution. And we're going to a new phase of a whole set of use of data, use of technology. We have blockchain now. Okay? Blockchain in its impact is going to amazingly transform customer engagement, business transactions, and so on. Just as the internet disrupted it. We have virtual reality. We have artificial intelligence. We're already doing artificial intelligence, right? Google Maps is artificial intelligence, and that continues to get enhanced. And even yesterday, as one of these companies that actually focus on data analytics was talking about some of the things they're doing with mapping, using heuristics and learning algorithms to tell where it's like the likelihood of traffic happening somewhere, where you can now link that into Google Analytics and so on. That's artificial intelligence. Okay. Now we have other uses of technology and other technologies coming in with interconnection. Okay, we now have software-defined wide area networks that interconnect the globe. So now Africa is coming into the play. What it now means for us in Africa is to leverage a lot of the benefits we have, a lot of the demographic advantages we have. We have a young demographic, but median age of about 18, 20. If we get this right, it's a great tomorrow. Japan has an aging population. Hungary is trying to encourage people to have babies because they're aging. And if you have an aged population, your growth in the future is staggering. Japan is now trying to open up to much more immigration so they can have more younger people. And this is also led to the fact that actually young Africans are now in significant demand because we're blessed. I'll talk from a Nigerian perspective. A lot of people ask me about Nigerian youth. They're determined, they're very agile intellectually. They don't want government, they want governance, right? They're young, they embrace digital, and that's the change and the shift that we're seeing. And starting to attract inward investment. And that's why our inward investment for technology is now rising to the highest in Africa, and projecting to be the highest in Africa, and that will continue to increase. That means that it draws in technology as a key enabler and a driver for the economy here. We have blockchain expertise that's now being used, and we're getting interest from Canada and so on. They're really coming after our people, which is okay. You know, when I look at RAC center employees, I don't think that my competitor is the guy next door, the company next door. My competitor is in Europe, my competitor is in Canada, my competitor for people is in Asia. Because if that's okay. It's always nice to have people who want your employees, but make them so happy that they don't need to go elsewhere. Not just next door, but they don't need to go to Europe and Canada and so on. So that's the leadership challenge that we have. So then drives the innovation that we've got going on here, which we've been driving in financial services. We'll see mobile telephony being an anchor of delivery of services to the individuals, including a lot of the artificial intelligence that we have. So what does that mean for infrastructure? You see, the data center business is going to grow significantly because the two sides to technology. People have been hosting data abroad, right? If we don't have the scale and the quality and the cloud services and stuff like that, nobody's going to wait for you before they drive forward with their innovation. They'll host their data elsewhere. But what happens is that we're now starting to have this underpinning infrastructure, right, that will host data here reliably, as good as anywhere else in the world, bringing cloud services within reach. Because what happens when you host cloud services elsewhere is that you have something called latency. Your data has to go all the way over there and come back. And you see that little circle on your mobile phone waiting for something to happen. That's a big destroyer of customer experience. It really is. To be hosted in Africa. So you will see a significant shift in the amount of data center computing power that we require. Remember when I talked about that data center manager in 1989, that they hold a 5 minutes thing about the size of this room with a pizza box. What's happened is the demand for data is now increasing exponentially. Even that old pizza box cannot hold it anymore. 10 years ago, I used to get frustrated. I'll start to download my newspaper, and I'll go to church. So that by the time I get back home from church, it's probably half downloaded because I was working on 300 kilobits per second. Then it moved to about half a megabit per second. Then around about 6 years ago, IPNX started to do fiber to the home. Big transformation. We went to 3 megabits per second, 5 megabits per second. Significantly, 9Mobile, what was Etisalat, changed the game in the mobile space to now start to give what they call 3.75G. And you could get 1 megabit per second, 1.5 megabits per second on your mobile. Things change. The first time I used to go back to the UK and look forward to good speed, right? I would then be in the UK after that and look forward to coming back home so I could get good speed because they were lagging behind us. That's an interesting psychological shift in technology penetration here, so in Nigeria, okay? And that's begun to go up. Now you can get 40, 50, 60 megabits if you choose your location right and you choose your provider right and you make your value judgment and decide what you want to pay for, which is fine. I mean, if you want to buy a Ferrari, you pay for it, won't you? If you want to buy a Honda Accord 1.6 engine, you pay for it, okay? But there's a minimum level of, so you tend to find that, and you pay the value of connectivity. But what's happening is the interconnectivity is there. We now have 33% broadband penetration, coupled with the fact that we now have 100 and something, 110 I think, or 15 million people connected to the internet. If you look at that in the top, we're now top 6 globally in terms of number of people connected to the internet. We used to be one behind Russia about 5 years ago. We used to be behind Russia. Russia is the highest in Europe, then Germany. And we got ahead of Germany with 97 about 3-4 years ago. Then we had the recession actually. We lost the number of interconnected people to about 92 million. People that anywhere in Europe connected to the internet. With 33% broadband penetration, with increasing broadband speed of 1.5 megabits per second at least, okay? With a determination in the community, and that's a fantastic thing that our leaders in the in the communications industry have a determination to achieve 70% in a 3 to 5 year time scale, right? Those are the underpinning technologies that let us start to get engaged into the 4th digital revolution. And that's what is happening now. So what it means for us in Nigeria is that we have the youth, which is the power for tomorrow. We have increasing underpinning technologies. We have increasing inward investment. We have increasing data center footprint. We have all of those ingredients to bring Nigeria into the heart of the fourth digital revolution, and actually Africa into the fourth industrial revolution, pardon me. So what does it mean for us in Nigeria? Nigeria, we have a fantastic geophysical location. We are half the distance between Southern Africa and Europe. We are half the latency in interconnectivity. We're half the latency in connecting to the US. So what we have to do is now leverage all of these, the convergence of all of these opportunities to transform our economy through technology, right? There's much to do in terms of what it means on a day-to-day basis. So when you start to look at the day as it goes through, you've got the innovation dialogue, infrastructure as a limitation of meeting digital services. So it'll be interesting to see how that, having given this context now, how that dialogue will go on that panel, right? Because infrastructure limitations are actually infrastructure opportunities, okay? And the infrastructure challenges we have to overcome. You don't sit down and limit. 10 years ago, I told you about what we had to do with transforming a bank, despite our limitations. What we have in our DNA here in Nigeria is ability to transform despite the limitations we have, and transform the limitations we have to break through, okay? So the infrastructure limitation is not going to be a barrier to us taking the opportunities, you know? And look, we then look at the innovation bed in Africa. Given Nigeria's geophysical location, every country on the Atlantic coast of Africa is connected to Lagos, right? And we have 33% penetration. That means every country, all the way to South Africa, I can speak for Accent, we have it connected in there, right? Including all the, not all, but we're increasing some of the content distribution networks and so on. That means Nigeria can be a significant hub for Africa's move into the fourth industrial revolution. We can be the hub of delivering services through to the western parts of Africa and to the southern western parts of Africa. And you'll see some hubs emerge: Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, Northeastern Africa, Northwestern Africa, and around Western Africa. But not at the expense of West Africa, because this will be a lift to the rest of West Africa. Because something is emerging in all of this technology. It's a global ecosystem. So of course we talk about hosting our data here, hosting our cloud here, and it became quite clear that actually what we need to do is we host our data here, we need to connect the world, because cloud services are hosted around the place. You can consume any service from around the world into where you are, okay? But the problem with latency, Internet of Things is now real, is that you now, and you know, driverless vehicles is becoming real. We will experience that here. It's not fully driverless vehicles, but because you have intelligent cars coming in play, right? It means that we will need to host more at the edge. Even the edge is not just Lagos having data centers in Nigeria. We will have to have the edge closer to, say, 3 hubs in Abuja and in West Africa. That's why Nigeria will be a key power point, not as in the presentation tool, but a power point of power for the West African region. So the growth here will not be at the expense, but an uplift, and the region will be an uplift for Nigeria, okay? And Africa now becomes a central point in the integration of the fourth industrial revolution, because not just Nigeria, even Africa has great global location, because we're in line with Europe, we're in between Asia, and we're in between the Asia and the America axis. So we have a fantastic geophysical location to do that. So when we look at the last innovation dialogue, reimagining a new Nigeria driven by talent, innovation, entrepreneurship, and excellence. Do you know, if you sit in the audience, right, and my good friend Austin Okere runs the Leadership Academy, young people, bright young people, you feel them and you sense them on the internet and social media and so on in a positive way, okay? What can the government do for us? We need government to do this. We need government to do that. We need, if you haven't noticed it, start checking it out, okay? The old people say we need government to do this. 10 minutes later, a young person puts their hand up. We don't need government to get in the way. We need government to just assist. We need governance. We don't need government. Thank you very much. That's the change that's happening. And that is going to the power for the future. We've got our leaders challenges to, I think to myself, okay, how can I put the capital into the data center, interconnect, and connectivity business in a way that is not aligned with the growth, because you have to have capital efficiency and so on. But I also have to make sure we do it with the curve and ahead of the curve in a very, very clever way. So we enable the industrial transformation. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've given sort of this journey of transformation with the different stages of industrial revolution. How this stage is now the inclusive time for Nigeria, for Africa. What it means for Nigeria, and how we actually are fantastically positioned to play a central role in Africa and globally in the Industrial Revolution. And what it means for this gathering today with some of the topics we will go through, what it means for general automation and so on. And a lot of these things are becoming real. If people always ask me, so when artificial intelligence comes, does it mean all our youth will be unemployed? No. It means that they will be better employed because they're the ones that will be engaged in the digital age. It means that technology will be the transformation of Nigeria's economy. Oil right now is 8% of GDP. Communications and technology is about 30% of GDP. Over the last 3 years, I always made an assertion that technology will move to about 18% of GDP, okay? It actually enables about 90% of our GDP. The Director General for Bureau of Statistics says oil impacts 60% because it earns the foreign exchange. I say technology is 90%. Even the oil depends on technology, right? So the part of the GDP that will take over the next 2 to 5 years, in my view, 18 to 20%, is just one piece. The whole economy will live and thrive on technology. And it is our youth, and it is us as leaders in this place, and I do see some youth here as well, which is fantastic, that will have to play the key role. One, leaders set the context, the youth will play into it, and the youth will lead as they go into the future to drive that transformation of technology. And so it doesn't mean that we'll lose the jobs. It means that the jobs will change. It means that the jobs will grow. Because over the years, technology has always shown that it doesn't destroy jobs. It actually creates more different types of jobs that are better types of jobs, more intellectual types of jobs, more transformative types of jobs, non-repeatable type of jobs, the type of jobs that are engaging actually and grow the intellectual capacity of the economy. So I hope you have a great day. And just to leave on a lighter note, my son always looks forward to when I'm coming. He says, "Dad, which car are you going to hire?" You know, that's a little thing. So I try to, okay, we're trying to hire a cool car. It's not too bad when it's just a couple of days. So I hired this Volvo XC90, super duper, everything involved and so on. You know, he's 13 years old. He gets into the car, and within 5 minutes, he's pressing the button. This one does that. This one does that. Okay, look, this screen, if I turn it around like this, it would, you know. And I'm thinking, oh, wow, you've just been in this car for 10 minutes, right? Do you know, we just come in from the US. I was quite tired, and I was driving from Heathrow to Wales. This car drove me to Wales. It drove itself. We had this intelligent cruise control. If the traffic stopped, it stopped. If the road was bending, it would bend. It would drive itself. If my hands went off the wheel, looking like maybe I was a bit tired, all the alarms start to go to say, put your hand back on the wheel. but my hand was on the wheel, it would drive itself. Okay? This is real. It's now. So let us gear up ourselves to feel the real now. And the real is not just over there, it's here. It's here as well. So hope you have a fruitful day. Hope it set the context for the day. And thank you very much. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the day. There's another, review going on.
Dr. Ayotunde Koka was giving his opening remarks. I was having a mental picture of another Martin Luther King, or if you like, a Malcolm X. If you agree with me that he did justice to the opening speech, please, I crave your indulgence to please give him a very warm round of applause. All right, he has given us the foreground to this conversation. So, with all of these mobile disruptive technologies, he has said that Nigerians aren't going to lose their jobs, but I was going to ask whether LASMA will still be doing traffic control and perhaps the vehicular movement in Lagos would improve. Anyway, food for thought, and at this point, ladies and gentlemen, some dignitaries joined us in the course of this event. We like to very much recognize their presence. One of such persons is the oracle of the Nigerian IT industry, is the chairman Connect Technologies, and indeed he is a strong advocate for disruptive technologies in Nigeria and Africa at large. Please let us welcome Mr. Chris Uwaje, the oracle. If this industry has come this far, it's because some people have paid the price. They have worked, they have toiled, and of course they have sacrificed their energy, their time, and their resources. And of course, one such person in our midst is the founder of one of Africa's biggest computer utility service provider. And indeed, even though he stepped aside, he has continued to nurture great minds and leaders for the future of disruptive technologies in Nigeria. Let us welcome Mr. Austin Okere. Could you please give him a disruptive round of applause? On a lighter mode, disruptive technologies, mobile technologies, and all of that. Everything that has a good side surely has a negative side. The other day on Allen, I saw a young man, no gadgets, no device, but momentarily he would dance reggae to the right, and then he would dance another rhythm to the left. And when I got closer, I realized he was having something like a chip on his ears. And then I waved, I beckoned at him. He wasn't just listening at all. He was carried away in all of that. And this is something that also happens in our homes. Often and again these days, daddy is sitting at the corner, the baby is sitting at another corner, mommy is at another corner, all of them arms down, eyes focused, toiling with one device or the other, and you would come in, you will greet, nobody is answering. Disruptive technologies. I just hope that these technologies would still be able to keep the family together and keep the families united. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have some goodwill messages. We would be inviting members of the following organizations. Please come forward very quickly for their goodwill messages before we invite the convener of this program for his welcome address. I will get to the business of the day and call on the very first panel for the conversation. may I invite the representative of the Association of Telecom Companies of Nigeria to please come forward for this goodwill message, representing Mr. Olushola Teniola, Okay, just before I invite the rep of the President of Association of Telecom Companies of Nigeria, I'd like to recognize that the Chief Regulator of the Nigerian telecom industry and the biggest in Africa is here present. The Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, ably represented by the Director, Technical Standards and Network Integrity, Engineer Bako Wakil. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much. May I now invite the representative of the President of AFCON for his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Also, supposed to observe. Sorry, President Lobi here is in the e-governance conference currently. Just straight to the point, he has a message, and just for us all, and it goes thus. The world of digital services cuts across all sectors of our economy, and will also transit other sectors to come from the next generation of Nigerian youth that we follow. It is vital as we address the modern Mobile and Disruptive Technology Forum that the recent USSD currently being debated across various social media, online platforms, and other media houses demonstrates the seriousness and timeliness of the discussions that will fruitfully be exchanged today. For the digital age requires and demands full, honest, and transparent partnership and collaboration across all sectors and players in this widening ecosystem. I pray that the labors of the organizers will not be in vain and congratulate their courage in driving this thematic today. Thank you. And just to add to that, thank you, Mr. Coker. I think I'm always glad to be in any forum where I have the gurus like you. And just to touch a little before I step down, Disruptive has been innovative to all. And being innovative over time, I've seen innovation in my own sector. I'm currently the coordinator of ISPs. And when Mr. Coker was talking, it came to mind how the internet service provider started in Nigeria. I was fortunate to be in that industry. If you remember the old M-Web, we were the ones that carried the first set of dishes. The dial-up that uses, I don't know, I'm sure most the youths will not remember this, but I'm sure Mr. Coker, you remember. The dial-up that usually uses the DSTV dish as the download, and the upload will go through your inter-cellular, MoDiTECH, and you'll be paying through your nose. I used to say I was a bloody customer service rep then, who carries everybody's phone to listen to how angry customers will tell you how much they are paying. They paid as high as, I remember very well, dollar was 113, 116 to Naira. And an average customer who could afford it will pay nothing less than 100,000 for the connection per month. And that's not, that's 3G, I believe it was 3G. And because 3G was just coming up around 2003. And all you could do with that is to send your bill, wait for the dial-up to go through, then wait another 20, 30 minutes for you to send. And that was real. It wasn't, but today we have the 5G. And I can assure you, I work in that industry, and I can assure you that within the next 3 to 6 months, there is no reason for anybody not to have minimum of 5 Mbps seated on their phones and on their MiFiles. The reason is because Nigeria has become a forerunner of technology users. Whether we like it or not, we're in the forefront. Most of the big technology companies knows that Nigeria is a place to be. And you can check around, look around. And we've done so well, but like what I would like to challenge the leaders, our current leaders, is Mr. Coker did mention the youth. I think our youth is where our strength currently lies. I could hear him say, they say governance is what they want. And the earlier we quickly tap into it, sorry I'm going to use a bad part, the recent fraud that happened in the US, if you look at where those guys started from, they'll start from the positives. Whether we like it or not, my son carries a laptop today, does coding. It's left for me to guide him and to show him what needs to be done in the proper way. I think it would be nice to throw this challenge out to our leader, because I can see some big sector players that it's time we look inward. The destructive part of it is called innovation, and I agree. But how are we getting these youths to use this innovation and become the innovation drivers of this current generation and for the future is where the question mark currently lies. And the earlier we grab that, the earlier we work with it, the better our country, Africa, and the whole world can appreciate us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, so punchy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I very quickly also recognize the presence of one of the speakers at today's event, my twin brother and my namesake, but for a different mother, Mr. Hilary Mwanko, founder, CEO, iNaira Integrated Resources Limited. Please a round of applause for him. I also very warmly want to recognize the director of ICEL Multimedia Limited, Mr. Hassan Fahad. Please a round of applause for him. He's dressing disruptively. If you look at his outfit and if you look at his person, please a round of applause for him. Let us now invite the representative of the African ICT Foundation President, who is the Executive Secretary, Mr. Emmanuel Bassi, for the welcome remarks. Please a round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Mr. Jobo sent his speech. Unfortunately, he is unable to be here due to a preparation for the father's in-laws burial, which is coming up this weekend. So I will be taking his speech. I'll go straight. My name is Emmanuel Bassi, the Executive Secretary of African ICT Foundation, standing in for Ojobo. The message read: today I see a new Nigeria driven by talent, innovation, entrepreneurship, and excellence. Many more can be achieved if we put a little more effort. Innovation excellence in Nigeria is not a rocket science. All we need is an enabled environment and willpower by the relevant authorities. Recently, you might have read in the news that the current Minister of Communication, Dr. Patomi, advising the Nigerian police force to resist from harassing youth with laptops. I will tell you a story. The African ICT Foundation is an independent government organization with a vision to formulating, evaluating, and promoting ICT and telecom policies, and primarily at creating jobs opportunities, accelerating innovations, and boosting productivity and progress in the African economy. In our organizations, everyone has a chance to create, innovate, and succeed. I will be bold to say that through synergy, we have attained a meaningful height in our operations. Our current project for digital disruption. We have decided to train and empower 200,000 Nigerians on digital skills across the 6 geopolitical zones through Digital Connect Africa project. What the beneficiaries stand to gain is the project will provide all participating beneficiaries with the opportunities and potential partnership with global financial services and professional ICT companies around the continent. Increase visibility for their startup initiative by being showcased on a global investment platform. Cash prize award and business promotion for outstanding candidates and certificate of participation respectively. What is Digital Connect Africa? Digital Connect Africa the Digital Connect Africa initiative is primarily designed to empower Africa's success by providing government, financial, academics, and business solution support that will help Africa move from aid-based economies to self-sustaining, knowledge-based economies creating sustainable skills for everyone. The project is designed to cover the 5 regions of Northern, Western, Southern, Central, and Eastern Africa, with West Africa as a pilot scheme starting with Nigeria and covering the 6 geopolitical zones. The project Digital Connect Africa seeks the most promising startup in Africa with focus on mobile agriculture, e-agriculture, and environmental sustainability, mobile health, e-health, and health information system, e-governance, service to citizens and business, collaborative, open, innovative, and ICT-enabled entrepreneurship, including social entrepreneurship, content technologies, language and digital preservation, cybersecurity, privacy and trust, next generation computing, big data, cloud computing, future Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, technology enhanced learning, and e-skills. To succeed as an innovator and entrepreneur, you need to set clear goals and targets for your operations. In African ICT Foundation, we guide our operations by setting precise goals and targets. Through our Digital Connect Africa project, we have set out to reduce ICT literacy in Africa by 50% by the end of 2024, and that will be achieved by the training and empowerment of 100,000 youth annually across all the 54 African countries. The African ICT Foundation runs through a secretariat based in Nigeria with other offices in Africa, with a team of policy analysts and fellows, including authors, recognized experts in the field of telecommunication, public policy advocacy, economics, tax policies, trade, privacy, cybersecurity, agribusiness, and life science, among many others as board members. On a final note, the foundation is a springboard for all innovative business in Africa to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, African ICT Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the goodwill messages, please, we very quickly want to take a group photograph. The Ministry of Communications has been rechristened the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. This event couldn't have come at a better time. Internet Registration Association, Mr. Mohammed Rudman, represented by the Vice President of the organization and the Managing Director of Ugo Host, Mr. Toby Obani, for his goodwill message. Please a round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Toba Mani, and I'm the Vice President of NERA. And I'm representing the President, Mr. Woodman, who couldn't be here because he had engagements. NERA is a Nigerian Internet Registration Association, and it's a multi-stakeholder association that's responsible for the .ng zone. For those of you who are familiar with domain names, you know that there are some domain names like fidelity.ng and the likes. So NERA is the association responsible for this. And we'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be a part of this. And it's quite interesting to see how technology and the internet has greatly transformed Nigeria and has made a country that was once considered not to be an interest in the global space to become one of the most interesting places to do business. One of the things that's happened over the years is the fact that we've seen before now, we didn't have a lot of people who had the opportunity to get the kind of skills that were useful in the global space. But with internet, we've seen a lot of democracy when it comes to skill and knowledge. And we have, what I was trying to say in essence is that Nigeria has become a very interesting space. We've seen that a lot of global players are quite interested in Nigeria. And all this has become possible because we've seen a lot of growth, especially in communication and access to the internet. I remember some years ago when those days you are not charged by the amount of data you used, you are charged by how long you spent on the internet. So I used to have this memory stick from Starcoms. I don't know how many of us use something like that. You plug it in. Those were the days of Gmail offline. So any mail you want to send, you would have already sent them. They won't have delivered. They'll be queued up. You connect and you do everything all at once and disconnect quickly. Those were the days internet was very frustrating, but we had no choice. But like the previous speakers have spoken about how a lot of us now have access to broadband speed and we can do a lot much than we can do. I mean, some of us have started streaming Netflix now because you have the internet capacity to do it, you know. It's quite interesting to see a lot of things that can happen because of access to the internet. And one of the things I'm hoping will happen in this discussion today is that we'll talk about, you know, how we can continue to encourage this disruptive behavior in Nigerian businesses, not just doing what exists outside Nigeria, replicating them here, but understanding our unique challenges and finding unique solutions that will solve our unique problems. When you look at Lagos, what are the most significant problems we have? Traffic is one of the biggest problems, right? And you see that a lot of businesses have started trying to figure out unique ways to try to solve the problem. Recently, I read about Uber now working with Lagos State government about Uber books. How many of us have heard about that? That's quite interesting, right? Because we have the waterways. I mean, the roads are completely used up. Once it rains a bit, like we're all stuck. And people are trying to think of unique and interesting ways to bring technology to solve the unique problems of Nigeria. Where you are and where you want to go to, and to suggest different things you can do, like take a bus here, take a bike here, and to suggest in total how much you pay and how long it will take you. Those are solutions to problems that the average person has. And these are things that you may not necessarily find in the same format and in the same way out there. And innovation, what innovation does is that once you're able to solve those problems, the old solutions are no longer relevant. I remember when SSL used to be so critical and so expensive. You know, for those of you who are familiar, you know about EBSSL with this green bar. So in fact, we used to talk about how it was important for banks so that people can identify that this is for the bank and not the phishing site. But guess what? In browsers today, the complete wide the top. So all SSL, EV, OED are all the same. Let's Encrypt came and gave free SSL. And guess what? Businesses that actually have their model around selling SSL are completely wiped off.
That is what can happen once disruption comes in. My hope is that as Nigeria continues to grow and as we continue to become a digitalized economy, that we will not be all replaced by foreign technology. I'm hoping that we have local providers coming up with unique solutions that will solve our unique problems, because there's so much potential in Nigeria. I think that the problems that we talk about are actually key opportunities for a lot of us. And it's quite interesting to see what young people are coming up with solutions to solve these unique problems.
That are very peculiar, very unique to the Nigerian situation. If you like, you call it local content. I want to challenge those of us sitting here, perhaps while we are trying to look for solutions to solving those peculiar challenges to Lagos, we should also be thinking of solutions to solving the problem of potholes in Lagos. I didn't say anything. May I invite the representative of the president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, ISPON, Dr. Yele Okeremi, ably represented by the Oracle himself, Mr. Chris Owaje, to please come forward for his message.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes when you see people who are taller than you holding the microphone before you speak, all what you need to do is just to look up. Thank you. But now I have probably to look down as I represent the president of ISPON, who is unavoidably absent. I saw his name, and of course, having called him, he gave me a marching order to represent him. My challenge is that his speech is in the cloud, and I don't have the 3.75G to be able, MBS, to download it. So I'll just give you my own narrative. The situation we face, as it were, we call it challenge. But indeed, the narrative is like a king who, of course, has aged to some extent. And then the kingmakers came to the king and said, Your Royal Majesty, who will succeed you? I said, of course, my first son, my only son. There's no other person. I said, Your Excellency, your son just passed. Your only son just passed. So what do we do? So, he passed? Oh, that's destructive. So, from that destruction, I just remembered I have two other sons. Two. There are three, not one. So is that true? Who are the other ones? So the first one is digital. The second one is innovation. Call the digital to succeed. I say, okay, digital, it's your turn to show us the way. The message is that today we should congratulate ourselves that the Ministry of Communications has been renamed the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. And I think the Honorable Minister, Dr. Pantami, deserves a very round of applause, because this is one of these accomplishments within the first 100 days, and I think that is very destructive. With that, I want us to congratulate ourselves, and of course, to ensure that within the context of this digitalization, as it were, we should remember that digital skills may not be enough for Nigeria to scale. Because within the digital skills, you have the core driver, the engine room is scientific literacy. Digital literacy alone probably box you into a user domain. But the creative content, as it were, the driving engine is about scientific literacy. We cannot really match global competitiveness unless we think scientifically in order to conquer the digital world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, so much of goodwill messages, so far so good. We shall now be getting set for the very first subject matter for today's conversation. But just before we do that, some minds led by somebody have thought it very appropriate that we begin to look at mobile and disruptive technologies very crucially. And so I have the honor and privilege to invite the convener of this forum, the editor-in-chief and publisher of TechEconomy.ng, a very dynamic young man, to please come forward. Let me ask that we welcome Mr. Peter Oluka.
Thank you so much. I so much appreciate you, sir. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, I so much appreciate you for giving us your time today. When this idea was conceived, it was like a flash in the pan. And I told my team, we have to run with it. We have to do something about it. Our intention is actually to convey a forum. This is a testing ground for us, where minds will discuss and deliberate on issues that have to do with disruption in the ecosystem. Just like the chairman said, but before I go further, I want to appreciate our elders, our leaders, our fathers who are here to be with us. The chairman has left, Mr. Dr. Ayotinde. I so much appreciate him. Our keynote speaker, so I don't know how to appreciate you. It's not always all the time that you see masquerades like this come out in the day. I so much appreciate you. Thank you so much. The EVC also sent a very powerful delegate, engineer. I so much appreciate you, sir. In spite of what is happening in Abuja today, I know you are part of that process about the emergency communication center. I know is your part of your baby in the industry, and you found out time to do with us, so I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, the Oracle. He's always a daddy. There's no thing that a young person is doing in this industry you call Mr. Chris Obaji and he will not answer you. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate you, sir. Doc, you inspire me a lot. You inspired me a lot. So I appreciate you for, seeing you here this morning gives me a kind of pleasure. So I so much appreciate you. And every other person that is here, Hillary has been a brother in the industry. He's not just a friend anymore. So I appreciate you for being here. And every other person that is here, I have my mommy who is here. Mommy, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Innovation bed. That is the bed where innovation is the kind of given birth to, or maybe wide. So thank you so much for coming with the team from the United Nations Innovation Summit and Awards that you brought them here to be with us with your beautiful wife. So I appreciate you so much. Now let me talk to the young people here with us. Seeing your faces here, seeing you here this morning gives me a kind of hope that it's not just about the razzmatazz, but it's about the intent, it's about the change we want. The reforms we expect to happen in this nation revolves around us. Something happened, very strategic happened yesterday. When I read the news about the renaming of the Ministry of Communications to Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, something flashed in my mind, something that Dr. Barrow said just last week at the Digital Heroes Award, that this is what we need, digital economy. Digital economy is why are you talking about the concept of digital economy? It speaks volume about economies that focuses on digital technologies, based on digital and computing technologies. So if proper steps are taken, then we are moving in the right direction, away from the presidency or the ministry. Now, why should governments and businesses be concerned about digital services? Consumer expectations are on the rise. Users accustomed to 4G speeds when loading web pages won't settle for something, less. And 5G is coming. In Europe and other parts of the world, 5G is already is being tested. The likes of Nokia, Ericsson, and the rest of them are testing 5G. And very soon it's going to hit the web. SEC has already given spectrum for testing or for study on 5G. So anything we want to do, let us drop destructive criticisms, criticize ourselves, and get it right. Anything we want to do, we can do it. If we make up our mind and say that this nation, we are going to have the likes of our own Facebook, we are going to do it. China did it, and the results are there for China. Other countries are doing it. Nigeria sits on a place where we can influence so many things. But the future lies in your hands and my hands as young people. So let us rise and defend this nation through digital disruptions and our thinking. So based on this, I just want to appreciate everyone and thank you for being with us here. Just sit tight. The panel sessions are coming up and other presentations, and you've not heard our keynote speaker and other panelists. Please stay tight, and as you do that, I so want to appreciate you. I also appreciate Galaxy Backbone. Why I'm particular about Galaxy Backbone is because their name is a kind of strategic backbone for the government, for deployment of, if I'm going to go into the rural areas, because if they have presence in all the 77 governments in Nigeria, just try to connect the government in those areas. Imagine what is going to happen in those localities. So Galaxy Backbone, we thank you for being here. And all our sponsors and partners, we say thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Peter Luca, full of energy, indeed, within the ICT media ecosystem. His reports, his editorials, and analyses are already quite disruptive, and it can only get better. May I, at this point, invite our speaker who will throw more light on one of the sub-themes for this event, after which we would have the keynote presentation by Mr. Austin Okere. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call on the MD CEO Global Accelerates, Mr. Tunde Ogungbade, who is well represented by Mr. Chuks Anakudo, the Chief Product Officer. He will be speaking on the impact of digital solutions on financial services. The impact of digital solutions on financial services. The microphone is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm here to represent the Managing Director of Global Accelerates. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it to this event. So in order not to waste time, I want to humbly recognize all protocols. Starting ahead. So we'll be talking about the impact of digital solutions on the financial services. And in order to bring this home, I have to look at the past, the present, and where we're going. So, back in the 90s, I don't know how many of the young people were, got into the banking halls at the time. But simply, for you to do a financial transaction, you have to have your checkbook or your passbook. The passbook is the one that if you withdraw money, the teller will write how much you withdrew, write your balance, and you sign. Fast forward into the 2000s, 2000 to 2011, the banks all of a sudden decided to go into fierce competition with all most of the banks opening branches. I remember those days on Ajose Adogun. It was called Zenith Bank Street. Sorry, go back. So, as if that is not enough, we witnessed the entry of the prepaid cards. Value Card was championed that entry into the market. For you to use a card on a POS or the ATM, sorry, on a POS, you have to first of all load value in the card. We had the first set of ATMs and the POS terminals at the time, and then debit cards made an entry linked to your bank accounts. So, to summarize the journey up to this point, it is safe to say that banking has become contextual. What that simply means is banking has been changing based on what the needs of the consumers have been. And the truth of the matter is, it will continue to change that way. If the banks do not change with the change, they will be left behind. And that's why you have the entry of the fintech companies. Today, a lot of the young people do not even put their money in the banks. They transfer their money to the non-traditional banks. And that's simply for one reason. Remember, financial services is built on trust and utility. And if you're not getting any of those, you are likely to move. So imagine if you try to withdraw money from your bank today and their servers are down, you can't get access to your money and all of that. What's going to happen the next day? If you open another account. Checks are already on a decline, and I dare say that very soon we won't even see a check leave. Today, if I see somebody writing a check, I feel somehow. I'm like, why are you in the past? There are several things you can do or several channels you can use without even writing a check, right? Instant payments and transfer, like I said earlier on, will continue to grow. Yeah? But we don't know for how long that will happen. Now let's take a look at the future. I'd like to reiterate that the future is simply going to be based on trust and utility, which is wrapped around the digital experience that every person wants to have once you have an interaction with your bank. So, there are 3 points here. Payments will increasingly be treated as digital experience factor. So if I want to make a payment now, what I'm going to be looking at is how easy would it be for me to make that payment. It's going to be. We're already seeing that payments are migrating from the traditional banks to mobile apps. That's already happening and will continue to happen. And it's good that the banks and other financial organizations are responding to this change. For not to, it's important that that happens. We're also looking forward to the time where every single service is going to be based on bank-led API. By API, I mean interoperability between whoever is trying to access the banking services and the company. So API-led integrations will be very easy. useful for the future. Talking about this API, I know that a few years back, just what we call open banking, they started. I don't know what is holding it up, but I think it's more regulation and control. And the truth is, whether we like it or not, that is what is going to happen. If I want to provide a service for my customers, I can't be integrating service with every single bank in Nigeria. I would prefer to do one single integration that links me with all the banks. And that's where API is going to. Now we have full biometric authentication. We all know that PIN authentication is flawed and gives those criminals who want to take advantage of your money opportunity to do so. And so we have come to a time where almost every service will be dependent on biometric authentication. As I know today, some of the banks are already starting to replace PIN authentication on their ATMs with biometrics. So that's going to happen more. MasterCard already have an identity check solution in 37 countries. Sorry. Now, when Dr. Coker was talking about giving his opening remarks, he made mention of blockchain. And I know that a lot of people in this room will be thinking, what exactly is blockchain? How does that change the dynamics of the financial services? Remember, I said financial services is based on trust. And that's what blockchain brings with. So, blockchain, like they say, I was going through an article on Harvard Business Review, and I saw this first line that I put here, and it says, blockchain will do to financial services what the internet did to the media. I don't know if you know what the internet did to the media. How many of us still buy papers from the vendors? And I remember somebody talking about Netflix. Sometimes, even I'm sure DSTV will be wondering, how do we compete with Netflix right now? Bring fund transfers to levels that we can't imagine. Because today's financial services restricts the users or the consumers from doing certain things. I know if you want to do a transfer of 5 million, your bank would first report to CBN, or EFCC, that you've made this transfer. With this, nobody has access to what money you've transferred. And a lot of people will jump on this. Record keeping. Blockchain, if you do not have access to a record, or if you are not granted access to a record, you will definitely not have access to that record, which makes it better than the normal security that we put in place for all our servers. So if you're putting your records, imagine hospital records that you do not want people to have access to, legal records that you do not want people to have access to, financial records that you do not want people to have access to. So all of this is what is making blockchain very attractive. Of course, reduces the cost of customer due diligence, KYC. They say KYC is kill your customer with documentation. Right, but the truth is, with blockchain, once a company does your KYC, that record is stored wherever blockchain stores it, and is accessible to whoever needs access to it. So removes the cost of each bank or each financial services institution trying to do KYC for you over and over again. If you move to another bank, you do another KYC. So this is going to be eliminated with the blockchain. Alternative financing, peer-to-peer lending. A lot of us do not or will not be able to get financing from today's financial institutions. Even the collateral that you are going to be asked to provide will deter you from even asking your bank to give you a loan. Recently, the CBN mandated the banks to provide loans to SMEs and all that. So you find that the banks, some of us who are privileged to have accounts with the banks or salary accounts, or they see an inflow coming into that account, they put it in your face, get a loan for 1.75%. Right. But what about those who are not privileged to have access to these funds? We're going into alternative financing, peer-to-peer. Remember, blockchain brings trust. If you take a loan from somebody, the record is there. You cannot take another loan unless you repay the first one. Now, let me even bring it down to level that some of us would understand. Imagine that you take a loan. That's what you call smart contracts on blockchain. Imagine that you take a loan, and part of that agreement is that, oh, I'm going to repay back within 30 days. That's put into the software or the code and put up on blockchain. So if you don't repay within 30 days, the smart contract is there. Tells whoever wants to give you another loan that this guy cannot be trusted. He hasn't repaid back on the previous loan. So it's not even a question of trying to explain it, because this is going to be driven by a software. You are not explaining to anyone. So that's why trust is very important, and blockchain is bringing that home. Okay? And then we talk about artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. There are several things that would affect the financial services sector, and I'm only just touching on a few of them. Artificial intelligence, we already seen that today. Even the chatbot. I don't know how many of us know about chatbots. Simply mimics human interaction when you try to reach an organization through their customer support. And sometimes you might actually think this is a human talking to you, right? So these are some of the things that will change a lot of things. Robo-advisory. Imagine asset management organizations. You have a stockbroking firm, and you're seeking advisory on what shares to buy, what shares or stocks to invest in, and so on and so forth. And robots are the ones providing that advisory at a much cheaper rate. And they are usually precise, based on algorithms that is dependent on historical information and future analysis. So all of this would, help to improve the way we do things. Personalized customer offerings and rewards, because you have a link between the devices, wearable devices that your customers or consumers have on them, and you get such data as what they are shopping on, what they are doing every weekend. You can provide solutions or products that match their interests. I know that if you go on the web now and look at certain products, before you know it, once you leave that site and come back and you want to do something else, it's already presenting you with those things that are of interest to you, and you'll be wondering, how did these sites know that I went to that site? You know, so those are some of the things that, and then of course, user shopping activities, like I mentioned, you know, that will be, some of this we're already doing now, but it will continue to drive the way we do things in the financial services. So, to summarize, like I said earlier on, trust utility is going to drive a lot of the digital that we're going to see. Everybody is looking for an easy way to do things. Gone are the days when the youth, you know, are giving excuses to. Nobody wants excuses now. If you can't do it, I go to the next person who can do it. And that's what is going to be happening going forward. Opportunities will exist where the customer demands are not met by the traditional financial institutions. And we're already seeing that. Some of the banks, non-traditional banks, taking customer deposits from the traditional banks is simply as a result of experience that you get from these financial services. Okay? And the banks of the future will no longer hold funds in the vaults. We're already seeing people moving their money to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on and so forth. In a very short while, this is going to happen. Whether or not regulation wants it, it is going to happen. Yeah? And then the future, I will end with, is going to be based on digital onboarding for your customers and making sure that you manage those relationships digitally, and you are going to be engaging your customers digitally. Nobody, including myself, wants to have anything to do within the banking hall. I want to do it from the comfort of my home. I want to do it while I'm on the road. I want to do it even, if possible, while I'm sleeping. But I mean, this is just to say that we've come to that point where disruption is imminent, and nobody is going to be spared, including the financial services. Thank you very much.
We say too that banks, whether GT, UBA, or Access Bank, offer the same services. What is different amongst them is the uniqueness of their service determined by the customer care. So ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to invite the keynote speaker. The convener of this program did say is a big masquerade in the afternoon. Traditionally, masquerades don't come out in the afternoon. But when you see a masquerade in the afternoon, you know that there is so much in the offing. May I invite the founder of Computer Warehouse Group, and of course, a man who has given so much of his life and time to ensuring that the Nigerian technological space indeed is a proud of the rest of the world, Mr. Austin Okere. A disruptive round of applause for him. Please make it disruptive. Make it louder.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether my watch is right or wrong. I trust my phone more than my watch. On that note, I'd like to ask you a question this afternoon. When you're leaving home, what do you consider? For the things you own, just think back. When you're leaving home, what do you consider? And what do you carry? And what do you use? All right. you go and unplug your intercellular phone from the jack and carry it. So precisely your mobile phone, right? Actually, I carry 3 things. I carry my key to lock my door, maybe a key to drive if I'm driving. I carry my wallet so that when the police arrest me, I won't be stranded. And then I carry my phone. I carry my phone because it's very ubiquitous. If I leave home and drive not too far from home and I've forgotten my phone at home, chances are I'll go back. If I've forgotten my wallet, I might not go back. Because the phone transcends space and time, the mobile phone. It transcends space because you could call someone somewhere far from you in a different time zone and speak with them, and it transcends time because you could send the person an SMS, he will deliver it. When he's ready, he will read it at his own time. You could do this maybe without a phone. We could go to the ISP, all those internet kiosks can do it, but it's not as private and as convenient as your mobile phone. Another thing I use the mobile phone for is one thing that we all do, we forget. And what the mobile phone does for me is to make sure that I don't forget. You have a to-do list, you have a calendar. And that's why I think that companies like Rolex probably should be worried. Because what you have is a single function device that is not correct most of the time. And the phone is a multi-function device that is very usually correct with timing. I'm going to talk this afternoon about the telephone, specifically the mobile phone, and the economy of the mobile phone, which is the digital economy. I'm hearing that we now have a Ministry of Digital Economy, and I'm told that the representative of the Ministry of Digital Economy is also here. You're welcome. I'll talk a bit about the Internet of Things and the smartphones. I'll talk about the mobile economy. We'll look at the mobile market in numbers and how mobile is contributing to economic growth and social change. And then we'll look at key trends that are shaping that mobile industry. We'll round up with looking at how telcos are transforming, and we'll look at some testimonial. The chairman spoke about the leadership. Thank you. The Leadership Academy at the also Leadership Academy. I'll just talk a little bit about that. I'll rush through, so if I'm going too fast, know that you're going to get this or you already have it. There's a report from the GSM Association, which is the association body for all the mobile companies, operators, and others. It's made up of 750 operators across 350 companies. So let's look at the global market. I'll just highlight some of a few things that we're going to compare subscriptions between 2018 and 2025. So in terms of unique subscription, we're going to go from 5.1 billion to 5.8 billion, which means we're going to add something like about 700 million subscribers. But that's also a bit different from mobile internet users. Why? Because you can also use internet from your PC. If I ask you again, how many people use more of their mobile internet than their PC or other internet? Show by hand. If you use more internet on your mobile. Yeah, I think many of us. So we're watching, apart from maybe Netflix, we're watching a lot of short videos on LinkedIn and WhatsApp on your mobile. And so you need definitely to have mobile internet. We had currently 3.6 billion of the 5.1 billion that are using mobile internet, but by 2025, you see it's almost all the mobiles that are going to be using mobile internet. And then let's look at SIM connections. And this is excluding IoT, by the way. 2018, 7.9 devices. By 2025, we have 9.2 billion devices. And if you look at revenues, it's pretty flat from 2018 to 2025. 1 trillion versus 1.14 trillion. You can see that we're going to go from that 9.1 billion connected devices to 25.2 billion connected devices by 2022. And that's a huge jump, by the way. That's more than double. And if you look at the smartphone penetration, we're going to go from 60% people using smartphones to 79% people. What is interesting is that whilst 4G is still growing, we're going to have 5G being used by 50% of connections by 2025. Well, this is what is going to happen with or without your country. It's country agnostic. And then in terms of money, there's quite a lot. I mean, I tried to see how many times Nigeria's budget will go into this. That's a simple division, right? So if you take the GDP of that industry today at 3.9 divided by our budget is, I think, I don't know how many times my calculator crashed. But by 2025, that is going to go to 4.8 trillion. If you look at taxes and so on that the industry pays, that's about $500 billion. That's a lot of taxes. And jobs, directly 14 million jobs, and indirectly another 17 million jobs. So you have 32 million jobs that is provided by this unique industry. Much more than the oil industry, by the way. I won't look too much at this except to use this to point out something. So if you look at going to 2025 in terms of here we are in 2018 and here we are in 2025, you can see that in all this, the world is flat actually. Asia Pac is flat, CIS is flat in sub-Saharan Africa. We're almost going to double in terms of smartphone adoption from 18 to 25, which is quite substantial, but you must have the infrastructure, right-of-way, etc. to achieve that growth. And once again, I want to say that this is going to happen in sub-Saharan Africa, that double, with or without Nigeria. Let's have a look at the numbers. So there are three things you are going to be looking at to grow the mobile users to 6 billion by 2025. You look at the subscribers, you look at the technology, and you look at the devices. And what we have done is capture them in timelines from 18 to 25. Now we have 9 billion connected, we're going to have 25 billion connected devices, the Internet of Things. This is interesting because this tells you about, remember we're going from 5.1 to 5.8, means we're adding 700 million people to 2025. Almost half of them are being added from the Asia Pacific region, followed by us. This is us, sub-Saharan Africa. The rest are not adding much. Not because they don't use mobile phones, but because most of them already have mobile phones. And if you look at the top 7, you can see Nigeria right there among the top 7. So Nigeria is a very important market for both mobile operators and device manufacturers. If you look at the technology, 4G is growing. I think many people are on 4G now, but you see that it's tapering and plateauing. And if you look at what 5G is doing, there's a very sharp ascent. 2G is dying a natural death. So yeah, let's look at the milestones that you have, the major countries. And you see that in terms of 5G as a share of total connections. The other places in the world are at appreciable level, but sub-Saharan Africa is just only 3%. That shows that there's a lot of work that needs to be done if almost all the phones are going to be 5G. How many people take money from the ATMs? You do. Maybe you would know that some of your ATMs are going not to be available because there's an operating system change which is happening without your notice. But at a certain point, the operating system that are supporting the ATMs, the old one is going to die, is vulnerable. You can say, I don't care, and it will work until the day it doesn't work. It's same with the phone. If we're going to be having 6 billion subscriptions and 5 billion are going to be 5G, and you don't have 5G, you can work it out. It just means you have locked yourself out of that system, isn't it? So you can't say, I don't care. My 4G is working perfectly, or my 2G is working perfectly. I think that 3% is quite low, and there needs to be some concerted effort. Countries that have added are Pakistan, Nigeria, and Bangladesh. And this is in terms of new superpowers in smartphone. At least we're a superpower in something. I like that, superpower. And here you look at the industry, the area of impact. So what are we using these phones for? Communication, information, entertainment, and then financial. The last speaker talked about how mobile is being deployed in financial such that you won't go to your branch again or write a check again. I think you should tell some of our suppliers sitting in Abuja, every time we go and chase our payment, they say the check is not ready. Global Accelerators, please can you tell them that they can just transfer instead of writing a check? So, and here you look at the availability, which is based on affordability and network availability. You see that if you talk about gigabytes per subscriber per month, worldwide it's gone from 5.3 to 24. That's people are consuming 5 times the gigabytes they used to consume, in a month. We're talking about 2024 now, not 2025. So here you again have 5.6. Here is gone to 8.5. So we're consuming more data than we used to consume, even though it's still small compared to what other people are consuming. I mean, somebody is doing times 5. What is clear is that this industry is not going to be like when MTN came and they were minting gold and picking money on the streets. It's very difficult, intense competition, and so the revenue is flat. If you're going from here to there, you see that you're going from a trillion, 1.033 trillion to 1.138 trillion. That's not much at all. But the US probably is getting more revenue. If you look here in this side, you look at the rest of the world, and you look at the revenues. So the US and South Korea, they are adding 120, and then 19 other countries are adding 80, and then 52 other countries are adding 37. I leave you to figure out whether we are here or here. I couldn't make up my mind. Let's look at how mobile is contributing to economic growth and at the same time addressing social challenges. And I think this is very important because if you look at this, it tells you that the ecosystem generated 1.13 trillion. We've seen that in 2018, and it talks about infrastructure providers and what they are getting and the percentage. So this is as a percentage of GDP. And I think Coca talked about oil and gas providing 8% of GDP and mobile telecoms providing much more. In terms of mobile operators, they still have the biggest chunk. And then you have device manufacturers, all this Techno, Apple, all of them, 120. Distributors and retailers, people that sell on, slot and the rest. And then you have content. What is interesting is that after the mobile operators, the next biggest chunk is coming from content. So all the young people are going to be richer than us because we tend to be karakata resellers and they tend to be content providers. If you look at other areas of contribution and you look at the operators, so this is the indirect, this is the direct contribution, this plus this. This is the indirect, those 17 million other people in terms of productivity. And if you look down here, you're going to see that of the 32 million, this is the direct. The indirect is quite a big chunk in terms of the mobile industry. So yes, not all the jobs are within that industry. I mean, if you talk about global accelerators or even interswitch and so on, they are all derivatives of that industry. And that's quite a big impact in terms of people. And then you talk about, these are generally taxes, 5 billion through funding public sector. So in terms of taxes that are paid on the device selling, on services, corporate taxes and so on. $500 billion this industry has contributed to taxes in the world. And this is very interesting. It's interesting because we're looking at economic contribution and the increase that will happen. Here, you're talking about the direct. Here, you're talking about the indirect in this color. The colors are blurred, this is productivity. So this layer here is productivity. This black layer is the direct, and here are the indirect, the people that. I want you to look at this very carefully. Have a second look at the third look. I'm going to say something. And I'm hoping that the regulators are here. This is the seed that produces this in this year, 2018. This investment of 1.14 produced indirect value of this and productivity value of this. At all times, you will see that it is the productivity value that is the biggest chunk. So when you tax right of way, you are eating your seed. Let the service be available. Look at what you can tax in terms of the result of that service. I don't know whether it's making sense. So if you're going to tax this guy 10% here, let him roll out, help him, and tax this guy, because even he, the people that are working there, they are still using it for productivity. And this is a very important point that we have to understand, which we don't yet understand. Now, this is the 5G and how much it will contribute. And the areas that will be making the most use of 5G, this is the biggest area: manufacturing and utility, professional services as well, and then public sector, ICT and trade and so on. So if we don't get onto the 5G, all these sectors will be impacted. There is also another slide that derives from the last one, the information of the last one. You see that these are the mobile internet subscribers in red, right? Even with the figures we talked about, 4 billion people are not using mobile internet. 4 billion are not. Of the 4 billion, 3 billion people, they choose not to, even though they are covered. And 1 billion are not covered. So that's what you can see here. In our area here, Sub-Saharan Africa, only this percentage are using.
This percentage in the middle here, they are covered, but they don't use. But a large percentage are out of coverage. You see that? Always compare it to the world. In the world, you see that the coverage is very big. Even this is covered, but they choose not to use. The out of coverage on the global average is very small. If you look at Europe, virtually everywhere is covered. If you look at Northern Americas, virtually everywhere is covered. Now compare the world, Europe and Northern America to Nigeria, to Sub-Saharan Africa, and you see that the coverage is much low to the out of coverage. And we're not even talking 5G yet. So let's go quickly to the infrastructure and content services. So the three things that's going to impact this industry will be improvement in the infrastructure, how available it is. I remember my first SIM card, bought it from MTN, 22,700 naira. They should return my money. SIM card. So affordability is it, and then the customer readiness, because the customer readiness is when there is coverage, is everybody using it. We saw that, and then of course content that you are getting from there, and you see that it's improved. This is the figures for the world. Infrastructure is improved by 14%, content is improved by 7%, and that's us here in Sub-Saharan Africa. So our young men are doing a good job because they are tracking the global improvement in content. In infrastructure, we are half. I mean, this is 13, 16, 15, 14. 9 is half of the infrastructure improvement, if you talk about Sub-Saharan Africa. In affordability, we're doing a bit well, but that's it. What I saw in here is that when you talk about top scoring countries, please focus your attention on the top scoring countries. Do you recognize this one? What does it say? Ghana. South Africa, Ghana. I looked twice. I'm looking for one that starts with N. So we are in the same region, impacted by the same things, but we keep falling behind. Very soon we're talking about Ghana as if it's Dubai, be it education, be it governance, be it financial services. You know, it starts slowly, and before long, they're so far ahead, they look like Dubai to us. This is where the infrastructure is impacting the 17 measures of the Sustainable Development Goals. I'll leave you to read it. But the areas of impact, this is the highest impact, are new business models. There have been new business models, haven't there? Uber is a new business model, Airbnb is a new business model, and payment systems and all that. But provision of essential, well, I can't see that, and agriculture. So those areas, and this covers about 4 of the Sustainable Development Goals. That's a major impact. Rounding up, let's look at the trends that will be shaping the mobile industry. So we said it. We said that 5G is going to be the dominant. And these are the opportunity areas, the dependency area. The biggest dependency is public framework. Because 5G needs densification, you know, it's not stratified. And we need bigger contiguous segments, not like what we have been given. Maybe even clubber in TV white spaces that are not being used. But it needs very serious right of way to take it down there, because it's not an improvement of 4G like there's no how you feed a lizard, it will never become a crocodile. Seeing a lot of attention. I mean, China was way ahead until they were slowed down by the US with this fight with Huawei and telling everybody not to buy 5G from China. Maybe that has worked a little bit, because we are beginning to see, maybe in the next slide, we're going to see the countries and what they're doing. So here, we're going to see China, Europe, and the USA. In terms of public policy, you see that in the USA, no central AI policy. Compare that with China, there's a national plan to accelerate it, right? If you look at public funding, $0. In China, they spend as much as 30 billion on AI. In terms of strategic advantage, there's enormous amount of data, and less stringent regulation. So China is really accelerating, or have deliberate policy to accelerate into AI. The other one that didn't take off, virtual reality. I don't know why that didn't take off. It really did as if it was going to take off, but it hasn't taken off as much. I think maybe it's too clumsy. I find when I go to ride parks and so on, I don't want to put it on my head because I think 300 other people have put it on their head. So we have to find a way of doing that. And then if you look at the speakers, because I talked about the speakers, which goes with video, and you look at the people that are selling the most. Apple is not that big. Google is big, and Amazon, and Alibaba, but definitely that market is going to boom. That brings me to the end of sharing the GSM report. I'd like to make a point. The point is that if there are mobile operators here, I'd like you to remember that there is a big chunk of people that are covered by network that are not using mobile data. That is your competition. Everybody in the telecom are competing with themselves for the small chunk that is covered and are already users. The competition of Coke is not Pepsi, it's Naira Bet. Sometimes your competition is different from what you think that it is. So, just 2 seconds on the Also Leadership Academy. We started 2018, and it's all about shared prosperity. It's about helping companies to grow, because if they grow, they'll provide jobs. If they provide jobs, more people will be empowered. And then when we get our salaries, each of us, if you're Nigerian, I don't know if you are not, we have about 100 people. Once it's payday, everybody sends you. Nowadays, they don't even ask you. They just send you their bank account number so that you do transfer. Don't make it long discussion. So we've reached over 7,000 viewers. We've had champions that have come for 7,000. And if you haven't been, you should go, because it's selfless. It's more or less supplemented. And I can't describe it except to show you maybe a short video of it. Oh, there's no volume, so you can't hear. I'm so sorry about that. So these are the champions that come to the academy to share. It's a business school. It's an academy for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs, business by business.
What to expect, but I think it's a smart set of people who want to obviously make a difference in their businesses, and they're ready to learn, and they're ready to go back to their businesses and add what I hope they have learned from that session.
Okay, so the Also Leadership Academy is a mentorship academy, practical and experiential.
The ambit is fantastic. I was surprised to find that a thing like that exists here in Lagos.
It's an impressive environment that we support conducive. It's quite conducive for senior executives to do their learning experience.
Ideas, innovation, creative thinking does not happen unless the enabling environment and setting, physical setting, is right.
Academies like this are very important for improving entrepreneurship.
The moment I saw that it was an avenue for teaching people on entrepreneurship, I thought I could identify with that and share my own experience.
So, it's not going to make me reach a quorum. It's definitely going to help your business to grow geometrically. Next one starts October 28th, and you can still register because we have some seats. If you miss it, then there's February. We'll try to do it 4 times a year. Thank you very much.
Are making progress, and at this point we would be taking a look at the second sub-theme for the day, which is securing your mobile devices against cyber attacks. Securing your mobile devices against cyber attacks. These days, most of us are on WhatsApp, we are on Facebook, we are on the internet, and of course on different social platforms. It is important for us to know how to secure our mobile devices against cyber attacks. We've been speaking of disruptions. How many of you are witness that the Nigerian economy has been facing some disruption? Right. Today it is the problem of Boko Haram, tomorrow it is the closure of the border, and then another day it is kidnapping and all of that. Recently I visited my daughter's school, and then a parent came into the school and was pleading with the school management to consider the way school fees is paid in the school. Our Chief Operating Officer of Digital and Code, Dr. Obadare Peter Adewale, who will be speaking on securing your mobile devices against cyber attacks. Please, a round of applause for him.
So this is how bad free Wi-Fi is. In fact, do that you should want to do. You don't actually need to have a physical contact with your phone without platform. And what are the risks there? This is actually the way it is. It's moved from here, mobile payments, come here, and move like this. You make a payment. So those are the key players. We have the bank, we have the payment service provider, we generate a code, come back to you and you. So if any of this chain have issues, trust me, it may not even be your phone that the operating system is not okay. It may be the application, internet banking that you install that the bank does not implement properly. If any of them, or maybe the service provider that is missing something, because they are part of that channel, anything can happen. That is why in the message I said, a chain is as strong as its weakness. If any of the things broke in the chain, definitely the chain is not strong again. So that's why everybody has to play their role. Then these are the risks. This is the mobile payments. We have the protocol, which have the risks, which is designed the flow of mobile protocol. We have a weak cryptography. We have, which can lead to man-individual attack, replay attack. In fact, I've seen an application, mobile internet banking application, like those years whereby normally if I want to transfer money from Mr. A to Mr. B. In fact, let me start with this first. People think you cannot intercept your traffic on your phone, of which with some man-individual tools, there's a way you can, if I do anything on my phone, I will intercept the traffic from my phone to my system so that I can see what is going on my phone before I send it to wherever I send it to. When it's coming back, I will intercept it too. I will see the response that is coming back before it gets to my phone. There's a way we can do that. So if I'm using my mobile banking, for example, and I want to transfer money from Mr. A to Mr. B, I can actually initiate conventional ways for me to deduct my money and they will credit the person, right? They are not doing what we call a server-side validation, and they are doing what we call a client-side validation. They believe that you cannot make modification. There's a way I can intercept, and when I get to my system, I will change that to from and from to and I will send it to the bank. And when the bank is good, because the bank trusts the application so much that nobody can manipulate, so they don't do the validation. If they don't do that, they will not credit you and debit the person. And when the person go and complain, the bank will see as if the person actually sent money to me. And those are the things that we see on all those applications. Especially all those loans, you can make a loan. They have a high loan that you can make, maybe they profile you can maybe your profile said it's 2,000 you can borrow. And all those things, when you check, when you put your details, they check your record, maybe your BPN, they check your record to see the way you have been transacted before and say, okay, with this transaction, maybe you have 20,000 loan. And if I will do a successful transaction that says that can give me 5 million loan, and I will see the way they pass their parameter. And when I do to one that is not a malicious and is coming back, what they just need to do is to change the source code of the one that I know is valid and change it there. And most of the time, those guys that develop those applications, they don't do validation because they believe you are not supposed to intercept. So that's why you need to be very careful. A lot of things happening when you come to mobile. And a lot of things we are doing now, everything is going digital. It's on our phone. We are doing a lot of it on our phone now. So I've talked about one individual, someone can actually intercept and see the communication, someone can take over your phone, data modification, which I just talked about, so that I won't bore you with so many things. And these are the actually risks there. You can say fraud happened, mobile payment issues, mobile payment application database threats, which can lead to SQL injection is one of the critical application vulnerabilities, which give you access to the database. Then you have SIM card application attack. That's why all those swapping, someone will steal your phone. What they are after is just your SIM card. Once they have your SIM card, the next thing you see is they are moving your money out. So they will check whether if you are not onboarded on any platform before, they will onboard on your behalf, because the question of onboarding, trust most of the time, is easy. Sometimes they ask your BPN, and to get your BPN, you have your SIM card. There's a code I can type to get all of this in house, and they will give you your BPN, give you your details. They will onboard on your behalf. If you are on board before, they will just type a code, maybe for GTV star 1037, and they can buy recharge cards, because buying recharge card to that SIM does not require PIN or does not require anything. Then they will go and sell the recharge card. I've seen a first scenario whereby we investigate before, whereby, if you are, I'm using maybe I'm using MTN, and I do use it for a long time. MTN can assign that phone number to another person, and I did not go to the bank to say, oh, my phone number have changed. That guy unknowingly just typed *737. Trust me, the guy will have access to my bank.
because as they have not gone to the bank to tell them that my number has changed. And when the guys see you have access to the bank, the next thing to do is to onboard and just move your money. So that's why you need to be very careful. So what are the countermeasures? The first one is governance. So mobile payment service provider actually has to implement a formal security policy for mobile payment services to show that these are the things that they need to put in place for monitoring and to review periodically. Their risk assessment too. You need to identify and assess risks on ongoing basis, and you need to be reviewed too. Then security incident monitoring and reporting is very important too. You need to make sure that they actually monitor incidents and give avenue for people to report all this kind of fraud so that you can learn from it and put a countermeasure in place. Then risk control and mitigation. They should actually implement purported security, measure and align with the risks that is happening here. Then traceable. You have to make sure there's a lot of fraud now you want to investigate. You say at the end of the day there's no logs. You'll be able to know when this money moved to this money. Does they set all these logs are operating or they are not even enable all those application logs. So to do investigation to know where this money moved to will become an issue. Then strong customer authentication is very important. So PIN is not enough. So that's why we move out to factor authentication. And when you do a two-factor authentication, hardware token, trust me, is advisable. Because we are doing a software token and I have still your phone already. Trust me, that software token you are sending is still going to come to me because I already have your phone already with me. That's why hardware token is preferable. Then authentication attempt and timeout. If someone try maybe your PIN 2 times, definitely it's supposed to lock you out from that devices. And your transaction of the timer. So if someone is trying to do a brute force attack and you try multiple times and you try for 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, that application will also time out. Or maybe someone, if I log in on my internet banking or mobile banking on my phone and I just leave my phone there and I'm not doing anything within 5-10 minutes, it's supposed to time out. Because anybody that has access to that phone can actually look at that transaction and just transfer money to you. Is not in time out. So time out is very important. Then transaction monitoring is very important, which I've mentioned. Then protection of sensitive payment data is very important. Whenever they are storing your card details, all those database that the application is storing on your phone too, the application provider that is installed on your phone that develop those applications is supposed to encrypt those data. Even if I get hold of your phone and I'm doing a forensics on your phone, if I get hold of that information, I will see that it's encrypted. I will not be able to read meanings to those things. It's very important too. Then customer education and communication. Trust me, this is key. A lot of customers are ignorant of what is happening. They don't know at all. In fact, you know, this month is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I saw a video on Instagram. So people go out and just see how people can fall for social engineering. And they meet this mama and ask the mama that we're actually doing promo, and for you to make this promo, you need to give us your ATM card and your PIN. Trust me, people are calling their ATM card and PIN. I was like, and it's because they don't know. I've seen a tweet, someone tweeted, he just collected a card. He takes his snapshot of the card and tweeted it on Twitter that, oh, see my new card. It's all those card details. So customer awareness is the key. It's still very important. Then notification and setting of limits too is one of the countermeasures you can actually do. The other security measure too is you have to be very careful when you use social media application. Trust me, those social media applications collect much data that you can think of. I've seen an application, social media, a Facebook of someone that there's a way you can hide your date of birth. But people don't know. People still leave that thing there. And I know majority of us for ATM PIN, all those are PIN. We use our date of birth to do all those things. For someone as that, what they need to do is to check your profile online. Then once they see your date of birth, they will try to put permutation 1 or 2 together, and they will get access to what they want to get access to. So you need to be very careful. Then you need to update your phone regularly. All those operating systems, because they have issues. There are some guys there, their job is to find issues on all those things. That is why all these phone vendors, they roll out all those operating system updates too. And you need to update, not just for fun, it's for you to make sure that you update all those things. Then antivirus too is very important. You need to make sure you have antivirus on your phone, not only on your system. Then you need to choose application you are installing. and you need to even do a little research about the application. In fact, sometimes I go to the length of do like a review, see review of people that have used the application before. Someone somewhere will have reported something that happened on that application. Not just see the application and just go ahead and install it. It's very important. Then you have to maintain physical control of your devices. Make sure when you're in public place, make sure your phone is secure. Mobile phone is a real money now, trust me. Then you have to avoid joining on no Wi-Fi. You know our phones, sometimes they set to auto join. And when they see any open Wi-Fi, they automatically connected to it. Of which someone has a bad guy can actually put the access point there. Look for someone that will generate to it, so your phone will automatically connect to it, and they get control of your phone, and that's it. Then you need to delete any information too. People think if you just delete your information, it's go. When you're discarding your phone, trust me, those critical information does not go. When you are deleting or you are wiping your phone, what it does is it backs that information to a memory. It doesn't totally delete from the phone. If I'm doing a forensic, then the way I can get those information out of the phone. So it's not that it deletes totally out of that phone. It's like you have a paper. If I tear the paper and throw it outside, someone can still come together and join the paper together. The only thing is you're taking time. But if I shred the paper, it's very difficult for me to do it. That's why there's some application that actually shred your information so that you'll be able to reconstruct it again and have it back. Then, phone that they are root or they jailbreak. People buy all this phone a lot. Because once you jailbreak a phone or you root a phone, that means they control the owner of the phone. The people that produce the phone put in place, you have already put that security measure, you have already deleted it. That means you cannot install a lot of things and anything can happen to it. Then you need to configure your devices to be more secure. Put your PIN, don't leave your phone unsecure. Even your SIM card, if you can put a PIN on your SIM card, trust me, it will save you a lot. Then Bluetooth too. Don't make your Bluetooth to be discovered so that anybody can just discover your Bluetooth anyhow. Then you need to disable interface that actually not currently used. Bluetooth infrared, like I said, even your Wi-Fi, don't leave it on. So think with this related to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You earlier that very many things are changing in Nigeria, and of course the economy is disrupting the equation and the living of many Nigerians. Let me share an experience with you that happened.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Very warm and good felicitation from the EBC of the NCC, who is unavoidably absent. Let me thank the organizers of this forum for such a very good setting, and so far from the presentations and discussions that have gone through, it's really worthwhile, and we've been really informed and enlightened. In that note, what I would also say, like others have said, let me thank and commend the Honorable Minister of Communication, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, for actually being visionary in terms of changing the name of the ministry from Ministry of Communication Technology to Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. You know, it is how we think is how we also act. And I believe with this wide policy shift, those of us that are the implementing agencies under the ministry will really key into this vision and to see that as the world is moving digital, our operations and activities must actually also key into that. Talking at the power of digital services, it is very important that NCC as a sector regulator, we are part and parcel of the digital revolution in the country to ensure that we have both fixed and mobile broadband infrastructure in the country. In the area of fixed broadband, we have come up with a framework for what we call the infra cost. We have zoned this country into the 6 geopolitical zones plus Lagos, and given a license to infra companies. As we are aware, we have at the shores of Lagos here submarine cable with excess of 60 terabyte capacity. But the challenge has been, how is these capacities being plowed into the hinterlands and nooks and corners of this country for people to benefit, for people to be creative as we go digital revolution. And so the infraco companies have been licensed into these 7 companies who are going to provide intercity and metro fiber infrastructure across the country. And within the 4-year period of framework that we have, there will be a fiber point of presence with a minimum of 10 gigabytes per second in each and every local government in this country within the 4-year period. And in achieving that, because these are infrastructures that return on investment on them is very low, and having realized that the NCC has come up with a counterpart funding strategy for these companies, we are going to kind of subsidize these companies with a huge amount of money. We have actually finished evaluating and even subsidy negotiation with 6 of the infra costs. It is only North Central that is outstanding now, and we are actually seeking federal government approval for that fund, for the counterpart funding, because it is a huge amount of money that the NCC is going to pay as a part of subsidy or counterpart funding to these operators. So that at the end of the 4-year period, as I said, each and every local government in this country will have at least a 10 gigabits per second fiber capacity. And that means entrepreneurs, businessmen within those areas will be able to extend to other villages around, so that people will have a platform to be part of the digital revolution and be creative. And on the mobile broadband aspect, we have approved refarming of number of 2G spectrum for the operators to deploy 4G services, LTE services across the country. I just received 2 days ago 4G deployment plans from all the operators from now till 2023. And believe you me, very soon we're going to have 4G deployment in most of our cities, so that the actual digital experience that people require for them to be creative and innovative will be available. And of course, 5G, which is the game changer in itself. As you know, 5G has a peculiar characteristic of ultra low latency services. It has also characteristic of enhanced mobile broadband. We are expecting anything between 1 gigabit to 100 gigabits per second download speed. And the ultra low latency service requires that the latency or action reaction time of probably less or equal to 1 millisecond, and which means mission critical services such as self-driving cars and other things will now be possible, or some kind of a precision type of surgical operations, and so remote surgical operation and so on. So we've already awarded, and also for the 5G, the other attribute is the machine, massive machine-to-machine type communication, which with the help of Internet of Things, not only human beings or human and machines are communicating, but machine within machine-to-machine communication will be enhanced. And to that extent also we have approved a trial, for an operator to carry out on the 5G, in the country. However, as you know, right now as we are speaking, the World Radio Communication Conference under the International Telecommunication Union is taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And there they will come up with a firmed, identification of spectrum for the 5G. Of course, various spectrum. Right now, there are a number of candidate, frequencies that have been identified in below 1 gig, within the sub 6 gig, and also in the millimeter wave, 26 gig and above. However, we would globally, harmonize, spectrum, and with that, the NCC will take steps to ensure that those spectrums are made available to operators, so that real digital revolution in the country will be enhanced. And we also really do involve a lot of stakeholders engagement. The BBC has approached the National Economic Council, the Governors Forum, all in a bid to relax some of the very high cost of right-of-way charges, as well as issues of multiple taxation, multiple regulation. Because if we did not create the enabling environment, it is very difficult for these services to be, readily available as also affordable. Because one of our strategy is to make services available, accessible, and affordable. And it is only when the necessary environment or enabling environment is created that this will happen. Because what we see generally these days, a lot of states and agencies of states have seen the telecommunication as cash cow and go on actually enforcing so much levies and charges that have no foundation. And that actually is decreasing the level of investment and rollout of services. So we are engaging relevant stakeholders in the country to ensure that digital platforms are available to all Nigerians, irrespective of their status, of their location. Thank you very much.
Spoken, and you agree with me that it is well said, and the Commission, he says, is doing everything to ensure that digital platforms are available to all Nigerians, irrespective of their locations. Please, once again, a round of applause for him. Would be on the subject matter of infrastructure as a limitation to unleashing digital services in Nigeria. Infrastructure as a limitation to unleashing digital services in Nigeria. We are doing speakers, but before then, I will invite the gentleman who is going to moderate this session. He is the Vice President of the Nigerian Internet Registration Association and also the Managing Director who co-hosts. Let me invite Mr. Toba Obani. Please, a round of applause for him. Of licensed mobile payment operators, Mr. Chinedu Onoha. Please, a round of applause for him, Mr. Chinedu Onoha. I would also invite the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Galaxy Backbone, represented by the Marketing Manager, Mr. Chidi Opala. Please, a round of applause for him. Let me invite my very good friend. But each time I have to invite him, sometimes I do some dress rehearsal, so I would not suffer some tongue twisting. He's my brother from another country. Somehow I will recommend him for some honorary citizenship of Nigeria. He is the Chief Technology Officer of Medallion Communications, Dr. Chris Raganas. A round of applause for him. At this point, I will. Peter, is there anyone else who's supposed to be on this panel? May I invite Mr. Toba to come this way since to give us a good view. At this point, sir, the microphone is yours.
Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to this panel session. And during this panel session, we're talking about infrastructure as a limitation to unleashing digital services in Nigeria. I think it's no longer news when we talk about the lack of infrastructure. It's one of the things that we talk about a lot that prevents us, even in different sectors, from being able to do a lot more than we should be doing. But we would like to speak to the experts to my left to hear their take on that. So for a very, maybe 1 minute or two, maybe we'll start with Mr. Chinedu from the Association of Licensed Mobile Payment Operators. Mr. Chinedu can just give us an idea of what the operators are doing and how infrastructure has impacted in their ability to deliver services to Nigerians.
Thank you. Good afternoon. All right. Okay. I've been introduced. Chinedu Onoha. I represent the Association of Licensed Mobile Payment Operators. Essentially, we are charged with the responsibility by the central bank to lead the effort towards the deepening of financial inclusion through mobile payments, or mobile money specifically. Given the kind of environment where we find ourselves, that's the best channel for us to give or deliver services to customers. And it's for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that, yes, we're talking about 4G in Nigeria, we're talking about 3G. You only see this in urban areas. As you step away from urban areas, even if you have the best smartphone in the world, trying to open Google takes you minutes and minutes at a time. And luckily, the representative from the Ministry of Digital Economy, I need to get into that, okay, has shared with us what the federal government is doing. And truly, a lot needs to be done because, as has been said by many of the speakers, the future is digital. And if the future is digital, we must get ourselves ready to step into that future. You know, it's like you want to go to church. One of the things you need to do, you must have your Bible. And the Bible of the digital age is the infrastructure itself that makes it possible for anybody that wants to play in that space, whether as a consumer or as an operator, as an investor in that space, that the infrastructure needs to be in place. And today it is quite limited. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chinedu. So you said that we have lack of internet, especially in the rural areas. So the growth of the internet, as we're talking about 4G and even possibly 5G, we're probably going to be experiencing them more within the urban areas. Okay, so I'll move on to the representative of the CEO of Galaxy Backbone, that's Mr. Chidi, who can give us, I can see that Galaxy Backbone is spread across different regions in Nigeria. And Galaxy Backbone, amongst other things, is a data center provider. So can you just talk very briefly about what Galaxy Backbone has experienced in its ability to grow, especially when you talk about internet connectivity, laying of fiber cables and the likes. What are the challenges Galaxy Backbone has been facing, and how Galaxy Backbone been able to try to overcome those challenges? Very quickly.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you once again for that. So once again, my name is Chidi. I lead marketing and communications for Galaxy Backbone. Okay. So I lead marketing and communications for Galaxy Backbone. Galaxy Backbone is the digital infrastructure and shared services agency of the federal government. Galaxy Backbone stands at a unique place And I say unique because we wear two caps, right? We wear both the cap as being looked at as a public sector company and also being looked at as a private sector company. This is because we were set up as a limited liability company to provide services to public sector agencies. And in the last couple of years, in the last 12 to 13 years in which Galaxy Backbone has existed, we have grown as an organization, right? Besides inheriting some of the infrastructures that the government had handed over to Galaxy Backbone, we have also tried to innovate through those technologies in terms of our offerings, in terms of our coverage, because some of the basic objectives of setting up Galaxy Backbone has been to connect government agencies so that they can speak more to each other, and at the end point, you're able to provide services to the nation. We started off with the VSAT coverage, and we've moved on now to providing fiber optics across the country. We've done some work. Dr. Puka said something at the very beginning of this conference. He said it's important to look at not just the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria now as limitations, but as opportunities. And that is what we have seen in terms of what we are doing and we continue to do in Galaxy Backbone. We've tried to lay fiber optics across the country, and just like you mentioned, we faced some challenges, right? Most of those challenges which have been discussed in this room. Challenges around right of way, challenges around getting people to, then there's a politics around it. But then we've also seen opportunities around it. We've also seen that we've been able to connect a lot more public sector agencies across the country. We've had, in the last 3 to 4 years, we have public sector agencies that can reach out to their people from Lagos all the way to the north, down to the east, just because of this connectivity that we've done. And there's something called the NICTIV project, which is the National ICT Infrastructure Backbone, which we've just completed the first phase of that project. And within that first phase of the project, we've covered 13 states, from Abuja all the way to Enugu, where we have our in-country disaster recovery data center, and all the way down to Lagos, right? So we've done that with a view of ensuring and trying to look for ways in which we can make sure that, first of all, government agencies are connected amongst themselves, and then they can be able to provide services to the nation. Then we've also got our Tier 3 data center, which is the only Tier 3 data center in the nation's public sector today, right? That is, we invite people to come and see the data center, because I think it's one of the pride of this nation, because there's a lot that has been invested into it, not just in the infrastructure, but also in the processes and the people to make sure that we can achieve those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt you, because you're already selling Galaxy Backbone very hard. But what you said is that Galaxy Backbone they offer several services and have been able, over 13 years, right, to actually help to create connectivity across Nigeria for public sectors. One of the things that I've also realized that happens in Nigeria is that sometimes we don't realize how far we've come and how far we've grown. In fact, in some cases, we are doing better than even the developed countries. For instance, I was speaking with an American, yes, and was trying to describe to me how difficult it is to do a transfer from one bank to a different bank in the US. And right here in Nigeria, we can do instant bank transfer from one account to the other. So there are some things that we've actually gotten right. And funny enough, our disadvantage has become our advantage. The reason why in many developed countries, why they're having these challenges is that they've invested so much in obsolete technology that it's becoming difficult for them to find out to now marry them with new technology. But in Nigeria, we didn't have the technology to start with, so it's so easy for us to create something new. So let's put our hands together for Nigeria. It just shows that there is hope. There is hope, and we are growing, even though we hope we could have grown faster than this. So next, I would like to speak with Dr. Chris from Medallion. Medallion is a data center here in Nigeria, amongst other things. And Medallion has been in business for quite a while. I think one of the first few data centers in Nigeria, and has been in business of trying to get local businesses and even international providers to get hosted locally in Nigeria. So, Dr. Chris, can you tell us a bit about the journey of Medallion in trying to get people to, consider putting their content locally in Nigeria, especially when there are international alternatives?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hosting contents within Nigeria is the easiest and the best way of doing things. But as everybody says, there's a learning curve. It's an understanding. It is not that we in Nigeria have a security issue or the data will be stolen. No, nothing like that. It's more or less same everywhere, and everything happens everywhere. If you host your content locally, at least the bare minimum is that the costings is reduced. Number one. Number two is that the latency on technical side, the latency becomes minimal because it becomes a local traffic. So that helps accessing various global contents. It is much easier. And at least when we see live videos, the buffering goes down practically. The traffic doesn't go to US or UK and come back. The traffic remains within Nigeria, and that helps a lot. And within Medallion, the advantage is that one is that we understand the local market very well. Number one. Number two is that if you look at the base or the ecosystem what we have, more or less all the telco operators, including there will be submarine, there will be GSM or 4Gs, everybody is somehow or the other way related to Medallion. So it makes things much easier to manage those kind of scenarios.
Thank you so much. So I just, out of curiosity, I realized that we have two different providers here who are also responsible for building infrastructure, right? And then we have someone representing a group of operators who ride on the infrastructure that is built, okay? And so now, out of curiosity, we have, interestingly, from government, we have Galaxy Backbone. From the private sector, we have Medallion. And but the thing is that the internet has grown in the urban areas over the years. In my previous speech, I was talking about how difficult it was to get connected, and now it seems that everywhere we go within the urban region, we're connected. But the question now is that since we've talked about the fact that the rural areas are still suffering and had to depend on archaic technology to try to get them included, especially in banking. So the question I have for each of you, and very briefly, 1 minute, is that do we see a future in Nigeria where internet connectivity will not only be limited to just the elite or those in the urban areas? Or do we see a situation where we are going to have only a certain group of people having access to the likes of Uber, Netflix, and so many, of these advanced technologies? And out of curiosity, how does that also impact your business? Okay, so just 1 minute each, please. We'll start with you, sir.
Thank you. All right. I would have preferred that the infrastructure providers go first. But okay, so mine will be more of making a wish. Okay, as someone who works with a business that's invested on delivering services to people using digital technology, my wish is that we have infrastructure that enables digital technology across the country. And I know it's possible, but I'm also not unmindful of some of the challenges there are. Truth is that we don't just have one Nigeria, okay? Part of the Nigeria here will be Nigeria 1 and Nigeria 2. Nigeria 1, I'm talking about people who earn millions per month, people who have a lot of money. Nigeria 2, maybe hundreds of millions per month. but there's a Nigeria 3 or maybe Nigeria 4 who don't have the wherewithal to afford some of the services. And maybe that might instruct the reason why people that provide the telecoms, the digital technology infrastructure, try to concentrate their efforts at the urban areas. But the truth is that the future is a future that requires digital to work. And I know that Nigeria is going to survive into the future. So we're going to get there. But there's a role for government to play, there's a role for investors to play, to make sure that we're able to provide these services across board. And when we do, we'll also be able to reap the benefits of digital technology. So the future is bright, but there's work to be done. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, so just following up on what he has said, we know that the future is in the digital, right? And if you look at what is happening, today we are at Mobile Disruptive Technology Forum. You'll agree with me that even in these rural areas, there are lots of people who know how to use their mobile phones, right? And they may not be using it objectively in terms of how people in urban centers use it, but the fact that they have that mobile phone and they are able to use it and communicate amongst themselves and even with their counterparts in urban societies is an advantage. And if we can look at that as an opportunity in itself and look at how we can extend the services that we provide to those rural areas, it will help us in the business. So we see that as an opportunity for us as an organization, first as Galaxy Platform, but then also as a nation as well. But because of economics and because organizations need to survive, they know that the business first is in urban centers. So it's probably going to be the first port of call. But we are aware of that, and there are plans that are being there that to reach out to these rural areas, maybe not by ourselves but by third parties who we know can reach out to them much more effectively.
To come to your point, as Medallion, extending on the infrastructure, we are looking at growing to another 6 new states in 2020 and 21. It's a 24 months project plan. The design has been completed. But it may not look like a tier 4 or a tier 3 data center, rightly said by him. There's an economic sense. So we may not be having that kind of a facility, but of course there is a standard data center which gives you the maximum benefit of the services and more or less like a 99% plus uptime. So that we are providing, so that at least the same issues, internet and contents can it can be much nearer to the end users. So that fast track the further movements.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I would have loved to spend so much time on this topic, but because of time, we need to rush. But I just want to, before I get reactions from the audience, I'll take 2 questions. I just want to say something. The truth of the matter is that, like some of our speakers have mentioned, there is a business angle to things, right? Sometimes businesses are trying to focus on where they will maximize profits. At least let them get that right. Their competition will be so hard there that they can now start thinking of rural areas. I heard of a situation where in a particular locality, somebody stole the batteries for the mast there. What did the telcos do? They forgot it. Because the question was asked, how many phone calls even come from there? But imagine if a mast very close to this place, the batteries are, so what will happen? They will buy more, they'll put security guards, put fences. So the idea is that there's this challenge with the fact that many businesses are not seeing the business opportunities in some of these locations. However, do you know the strange thing? What now happens is that more people are now coming from those rural areas to the urban areas. And what is happening in Lagos is an example of what could be the future of urban areas, where there will be so much congestion because the urban areas are the only places you get the best of services. In fact, I don't think I can compare any state to Lagos where you talk about connectivity and access. And so naturally you see a lot of businesses here, naturally you see a lot of money here, and naturally you see that there's so much fight for the very little resources available. But before we go on, can we have 2 questions? Yes, sir.
This is in the rural areas. And of course, it's always driven by business case. However, in my remark, I did mention what the LCC is trying to do to alleviate that by extending broadband services to all the 774 local governments with a huge payment of a counterpart funding. Because as I say, going to the rural areas, return on revenue investment is not very attractive, and therefore government has to support operators. So one way of doing that is this infraco project that we have done, and also in addition to the existence of the Universal Service Provision Fund that we have under the NCC, where we also give subsidy to operators to extend services to where naturally they don't want to go because it's not lucrative. So I just wanted to point out this. There are government efforts in bridging those gaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together. You know what that means is that business guys, in case if you don't think there's business, government is telling you that don't worry, we'll subsidize for you, and that's quite interesting. So let me get questions from you. Okay, one more please. Okay, please come forward, sir. You just give us your name and very briefly tell us what your question is.
My name is Chukwebuka. I work with AfriTECH, Agro Youth. So my question is directed to the medallion, and this is it. Where do you see the future of data in Nigeria? You are a custodian of people's data, and how do you think, in terms of monetization, like somebody wants to buy data for maybe for advertisement, where do you see data playing in Nigeria as per the normal stuff they say that data is the next oil of Africa? What do you think, sir? Thank you.
We provide white space for customers to come and host their infrastructure. So we don't have anybody's data. So the number 1 clarification. Number 2, data is oil, I understand, but there's a security part behind it. What you are trying to leak it out? You mentioned that you want is it be available for marketing purposes or something like that? On a legal way, it is completely wrong. You cannot leak out anybody's data. It is not the right thing to do. But of course, the data can be used by the government agencies as a right of the fact for various analysis and other purposes. The right way.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, I would like to say a big thank you to the members of this panel, and I would like to say that I have seen people who naturally you would think will not embrace digital devices and use digital equipment to do transactions until I realized my mom started using WhatsApp. And suddenly I'm getting forwarded messages, especially at that time of Ebola. She forwarded a message to me telling me that she I read about the salt and water thing, And next thing I realized she's watching YouTube, then she's using online banking. I'm like, are you serious? And that just tells you that anybody can actually be digital, and that even in the rural areas, there's actually a lot that can be done. I'm sure the banks can tell you about how successful some of these mobile banking initiatives have been. I'm sure that we can hear some of the stories of how people who were originally not captured under the umbrella because we are not considered as important become quite critical to growth. And there's so much potential if more people are ready to invest in this neglected set of people. And I'd like to say thank you very much. And I would say that I am confident with the initiatives from NCC, with a lot of private and public entities investing in infrastructure, and the future is definitely bright. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All the speakers in that session, please, a quick group photograph. Inviting an expert and founder, Innovation Bed Africa, Mr. Emmanuel Amos, who would moderate this session. Mr. Odumade Dare of Chikit. We'll also invite Mr. Ojeni Olajide, to also join them for this next session. Let us also invite Mr. Taiwo Ogunde to please join them.
Issues. I guess some of us can actually remember that some families in this country live on the business of commercializing on artifacts. Is that correct? Do we ever worry how they get their products to the last demand, to their demands, coupled with the problems that we have in the society? And with this technology, and myriads of so many other ones, homegrown, we are able to take and solve this problem for that class of people. So that's exactly what AfriMat is there to do, and that I guess the language was just too much. I give the mic now to Campus Touch. This is education. And please, we are all educated. They will tell you, why are you doing this, please?
Okay, so the reason is not far-fetched. My name is Taiwo Ogunde. The reason why we are doing this, why we're inspiring Nigerian students.
Do you have a presentation?
Yes, I do, but I don't know if I have the time. So the reason why we are inspiring Nigerian students to build their skills and brilliance is just so that we can connect them with opportunities. Many students are in school for the wrong reason. They're just there to pass away time. And reason is not far-fetched. Age is one, or some of them, they are too old, they don't want to stay home any longer, so they decide to take a course that they don't have interest in and start studying. Some of them because their parent desires it, and so many other factors. So what we do at Campus Touch is we inspire them that, see, even while you're studying a course that you don't want to study, you can as well build whatever it is that you want to do. So let's take coding, let's take engineering course, for instance. We're partnering with Stanford University, and then we're trying to get them e-learning materials, all of them on Campus Touch mobile hub, where our students can easily learn.
Thank you so much, Campus Touch.
Thank you so much, Campus Touch. Please, a round of applause for Campus Touch.
Is counterfeit. Now, in the problem of counterfeit, we decided to do a research into the market, so we spoke to producers of pharmaceuticals as well as producers or FMCG producers. And one of the major things we found that was their problem was, one, there was no way for them to secure their goods. Two, they had no data, no market data as regards to how people use their products, and as regards, which is a problem in Africa generally. We have a problem of accessibility to data. Also, we discovered that a way that counterfeits enter the market is through no visibility along the supply chains. A lot of these producers, once they make these goods, they just dump it with distributors, and they have no visibility as to how these products move from distributors to retailers and then to the final consumers. And then on the part of consumers, we discovered that there was no way for them to check the authenticity of products. One, how they usually do this is by visual.
In a nutshell, because I was the one that mapped our solution, my expert message is that this guy is saving lives in the health sector. Please clap for him, please. I'll take the next person. AfriMat.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olajide. I'm the founder of AfriMat. Before I start, I do have just a 30-second video to play. 30 seconds.
It's unfortunate this program has its...
From Farms to You. And at Farms to You, we empower sub-Saharan African farmers with technology. And what's the problem we try to solve? We want to solve the problem of waste. We want to solve the problem of the farmers getting the right knowledge, and also the problem of using the right practices. And how do we do this? We help the farmers monitor their process right from inception, thinking of what to plant, to thinking of how to sell. We monitor all the process from that point till the end. It's 4 processes basically: the growing, the harvesting, storage, and also distribution. We help them throughout all of this process in our platform. And our model for making profits is very simple. We do subscription based, and also we make money on commissions from these people. And we've been recognized globally, we've been recognized by the UN Summit Awards, we've been recognized by the Shell Lifebuoy and a few other global brands. And what are we looking for? We're looking for investors, we're looking for corporate partners, and we're looking for strategic partnerships, which we've also had a lot of strategic partnerships. We have strategic partnership with IBM and a few consulting firms outside the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. At this point, if these gentlemen and ladies can put together these innovative exercises, practices, sometimes under no NEPA situations, sometimes under no transport situations, sometimes, in fact, so the worst social conditions, which I can only say is of Nigeria, but in fact, you need to learn that it's of so many other clients, so many other countries. And if they can come up with things and they are so confident of themselves, and guess what? To win at the UN World Summit is a whole lot of work. I have in this gathering a past winner of the World Summit Awards. Do I have Peter Hesse still around? Please come forward, please. It's not that you have to do something I was charging on this. Peter Hesse was a one-time global winner of the UN World Summit Awards. Gentlemen, so you guys, at least, I'll not to stand up. No, traditions doesn't have formulas. But Peter, you won for yourself the global award on the World Summit and the product called iPolice Mobile. Was Nigeria receptive of this product? So do I give a damn to a country that doesn't even know whether its local contents can match and solve its problems? I don't think so. If I don't have a government, I will look for governance, and innovation will deliver one. I heard that many times today. It's been a principle. It's not wrong, please. Innovation is a revolution. And to my people, a round of applause for them, please.
Much Innovation-led Africa. Thank you, Mr. Amos. Thank you for this opportunity to be with us. Please, we are rushing it, and the last panel for today, I want to call the panel so that they're going to discuss on reimagining a new Nigeria driven by talent, innovation, entrepreneurship, and excellence. I think this speaks more to some of us, the young people here. And we are looking at the co-founder CTO of Digital Encode, Dr. Lushei Akindeyinde, who is being presented here by Mr. Badara. So please come to the stage. The Chief Operating Officer of FinTech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Babatunde Obraima, is already here, has been here for a long time. So you're welcome, please. You're welcome to the podium. Chief Technology Strategist for David Marshall Consulting and Board Member, Global Advisory Council, EC Council, Engineer Frank Ogochukwu. Engineer, you're welcome, please. Can we have you?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Hesse.
You know you have my own voice like me, just increase the volume.
Yeah, so the founder of Church Plus. Church Plus is a cloud-based church management system and accounting solution for churches. I'm also a lead partner for Code Base 60, which is really an initiative that we're pushing. So what we're trying to do is to get young graduates, get people that are out of work, train them on how to code, especially on Microsoft technologies, and also try to get them experience and get them jobs.
Okay. Yes.
All right, my name is Ogochukwu. I'm the Chief Technology Strategist for the Michelle Consulting. We're based out of Lagos and Johannesburg. Basically provide technology services, infrastructure, then human capital development as well. We also have a flagship program which is for CIOs, those in IT leadership. It's called CIO Masterclass Africa. Then, of course, I'm also involved in information security. I'm actually a member of the Global Council of EC Council as well.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hilary Moko. In 2016, I resigned from the NNPC to start i-naira.com. i-naira.com is the foremost secondary derivative market platform in Nigeria, or in other words, an auction platform. An auction platform that is driven by the need to bring about transparency in how the organized private sector disposes assets and liabilities of organizations. Currently, I'm equally the CEO of Rise Art Technologies. We're a software development company. We also provide lottery services in Lagos State. So that's who I am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Babatunde Obrema. I work with FinTech Association of Nigeria. FinTech Association of Nigeria is a holding association for organizations that engage in disruptive solutions, although we're called FinTech, but our membership cuts across various sectors. So we have AfriTECH, we have InsurTech, we have EdTech, we have the FinTechs, so the consulting firms, media houses, universities. So it cuts across anybody that's involved in anything that's disruptive solution, and our objective is to be able to bring people together under our Connect objective to accelerate technological development in Nigeria and advocacy to be able to work with regulators to ensure that there's appropriate regulation for the technological sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Obadera Luafemi, a senior consultant to Digital Encode. Digital Encode is actually a cybersecurity and compliance company, and we actually talk about as a technical partner to CDM.
Okay, my next question is this. Based on this topic, from the industry or the field you represent, reimagine a new Nigeria from the perspective of the industry you represent. What do you think, or what is your perception or your view about a new Nigeria driven by young people based on excellence, entrepreneurship, innovation, based on the industry you're coming from? So what do you think?
Okay, I think I will start with this. To be honest with you, I've been hearing people saying youth are actually the future of tomorrow, and which is the reverse is the case. We have had a series of interviews for new hire, and what you see that most of those guys, because when you're talking about innovation, our educational system, to be honest, needs to be revamped. We need to look into it. There's a lot of things that they teach us in the school that are not really relevant now, which is make it difficult for someone to say they want to actually go outside the box, unless you want to take the pain and go and actually develop yourself. But we said we want to actually sit down and look at our educational system. It's making it difficult. A computer science student cannot even know how to configure an IP address, and we have seen so many of these things. I think our education system we actually need to work on, especially our curriculum. Okay.
Well, it's a huge challenge, but I think that there's hope. For us at the FinTech Association of Nigeria, we have a FinTech Week next week, and one of the activities we are going to have is going to be the University of Ibadan, bringing in over 2,000 students, engaging them in hackathons, and they're going to be awards. And for us, capacity development is critical, and that's why we've engaged with encouraging universities to join the association. We're trying to talk with tech funds and some other regulators on how to change the curriculum to reflect the future. Because I mean, a lot of people go to universities now, what university study is absolutely irrelevant to what is going to happen. I mean, there's a study that says that the United Nations study that 75 million jobs will be relevant by 2030. So what happens to those people? But at the same time, over 100 million new jobs will be created. In what area? Are we relevant for that area? I think that there's opportunity, but it's to be able to have a government start to think differently. Maybe with the new ministry name being changed to digital economic communication and the channel, maybe we'll start to see some traction. And that's why our objective of accelerate is critical to us. We want to engage everybody to ensure that there is that traction?
Okay. For a nation to move ahead, we must go through a period of pain. And for some of us who are very keen about Nigeria as a country, I'm willing, and my team and I were very willing to contribute our bit towards driving a new narrative that is circled around transparency in ways that we do things. Because here or anywhere else in the world, you step in or step out and you identify yourself as a Nigerian, the first thing they are thinking about, there's something funny about you. So what we are doing in our company is to actually create systems that can help solve institutionalized problems in the organized private sector, as well as support government agencies with sort of solution we provide via auction. We may say it's a very simple problem, or that it's not a problem because maybe, for instance, in an organization, they said an asset depreciates fully in 4 years, and then afterwards is of no value to the stakeholders. Who determines what is of value to stakeholders? When we have what they call Tokumbo markets in Nigeria, we all shop Tokumbo these days. None of us can actually go out there and buy brand new cars these days, as people who are out there. So who determines fair value for the stakeholder, the owner of businesses? So what we've done with our solution is to tell these businesses, it's time you stop giving out these assets to, the general service people, say in banks or insurance people that say, okay, bring 50,000, we'll give you this dead cradle, bring 20,000. No, fair value is what adds value to the core stakeholders. So, and in a very transparent environment, we bring that value to the customer, the public, via our auction tool. We try to entrench probity and accountability, and what we do actually annoys the very people who benefit from institutionalized problems in Nigeria. So in terms of innovation, I'm one of those in Nigeria. My team and I were willing to go through pains to actually support this country, support the government to change the way we do things. Money is good, but money well earned, it's even far better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to start from the issue of environment. The environment actually conditions how you behave, how you act, and all of that. And it also has to do with culture as well. The way we think, basically in Nigeria, we actually moved from, mediocrity has become the new norm for Nigeria. It has become the new norm for Nigeria, mediocrity, the new normal for Nigeria. That's what it is, basically. All across the country, people just manage or tolerate mediocrity. You can't innovate that kind of environment and all of that. You can't do that. So there's need for us to tweak our thinking, change the way we look at things, and expect the best from everybody, governments, companies, individuals. And that's where we can actually trigger them to make sure that actually they do better and able to innovate and scale. So that's critical. That's very clear for me, basically. Then for you to innovate, if you stigmatize failure, you can't have the environment for innovation and creativity. Because when you're innovating, you must fail. So if that failure is looked at from a positive mindset, then it gives you the opportunity to try again. But oftentimes in this environment, when you fail, everybody just tells you that's the end. So we must change the perception of failure. Failure is a good thing. Fail forward, fail all the time, fail often. As you fail, you learn new ways of not doing that thing, and better ways of doing something different. So it's important for us to change the way we look at things. The environment needs to be tweaked. Our thinking needs to be tweaked, so that we can begin to look at doing things differently as a way to go. Thank you. So I'll just share with you experience of Code 360 and how we think we can imagine Nigeria. For you to innovate, one, you have to have knowledge. You have to have understanding of what you want to innovate about. But the challenge we've seen based on people that have come to our program is this. Most Nigerian students do not actually know the right from the left. It's not as if they are not smart enough to pick up things, but what they're exposed to, it's difficult for them to make out what is right and what is wrong. For instance, like you said, somebody studying computer science comes to our program and you ask basic questions, and he does not know what you're talking about. It's not as if he's not intelligent enough to know, but nobody has told him, nobody has exposed him to this information, so it's hard for him So one, for us to be able to get these people to understand and to innovate, we need to teach them properly. And I hear people say we need to look at curriculum, we need to look at, for the last 5 years, 6 years, I've been hearing we need to look at curriculum. So we actually need to change strategy. If you're involved in recruiting people, if you're involved in training people, it's time for us to go and partner with the schools. And we've tried talking to a couple of schools, and we've also seen that they are very receptive when you go to certain departments and say, hey, you want to come in and train your people on how to do basic coding. Most of them say yes, come in. So the private sector that are involved in recruitment should go talk to schools and get them while they are still young. That's one. Two, it's environment. You have to provide the right environment for people to be able to innovate. If I have an innovative idea and the environment is not conducive for me to be able to grow that idea will die, right? Because nothing is supporting that idea. Then the other one also, it's support from the people that are supposed to contribute that idea. For instance, somebody has a mobile app for university and he goes to the school and says, I have this idea. And the school, they don't understand what the idea is about. And no other person in that environment understands that idea. So how is he supposed to scale that idea? There's nothing supporting him. Nobody is providing that kind of a mentorship. Then the other one also, the people that are playing in the industry, because we have a lot of smart people that run businesses just like most of us here, that need to become mentors. You have to go out of your way to become mentors to the young one, so that by the time they are still in school, they are studying you, they can begin to innovate before they leave school. But if we do not go down to them while they are still in school, maybe 5 years from now, we'll still come back and talk about reimagining the industry. We have to lead them while they are still young. Thank you.
Okay, this education, partnerships, capacity building, transparency, ethics, cultural change, and now our partnership also. And my next question is this: when you go through the streets of Lagos, or maybe go anywhere, you see a lot of challenges. What is that particular situation you think that needs to be disrupted? I want us to challenge ourselves, our young people here, that we should think that this particular thing, we need to look into it and disrupt it. What is that thing?
I think our biggest resources is human resources. Like, Nigeria has an estimated population of about 200 million. That is massive resources. If we can tap into that, then we can become that giant that we always told ourselves that we. For instance, you go to the streets of Lagos, you see very young, able-bodied, intelligent men that are out of work.
Organizations or companies, the CIOs, the age, it's not just average. Let me put it that way. Is it because our young people are not looking towards certain industries or fields? Do you think that aspect of our life or field or endeavor or industry that people should look into it? The issue of cybersecurity, for instance, if I go to digital code, I see young people there, but when to a certain percentage, how many people are involved in certain, what people want to go into fintech? They want to go into what, which is good. They want to go into e-commerce, which is good. But there are industries who think that young people should open our eyes to as opportunities coming up.
All right, thank you very much. Just to take off from where he talked about Lagos and all that, I want to talk about it briefly. The most common problem in Lagos is traffic. Traffic. That presents a huge business for Lagos, basically. Now, secondly, another thing that happens in Lagos traffic is commerce. Commerce. Now, we can harness all of those problems to opportunities and create business out of that. Why are people on the street in Lagos? Why are there so many people on the street in Lagos? Why is it that people go to brick and mortar locations to do business? We could disrupt all of those things and change the way business is done and all that.
Yes.
Instead of people moving from place to place, running here and there to do businesses, they can actually afford to stay in their homes and do businesses and still make their money and make a living. Those guys who are doing commerce on the road, we can actually create hubs for them and move away from the street and move their business online, basically. Because people are buying, that's why they're on the street. People are not buying, they won't be on the street in the first place. That's critical. Now,
If we can reduce the number of cars on the road, reduce the reason why people are on the street every day, we're going to reduce the traffic situation in Lagos. Basically, that will happen. Now, in terms of jobs and all that, part of it actually is, we were talking about universities, let's talk about university here as well. Are they aware of what's available? What kind of jobs are available? Are they aware of the jobs that are marketable today, that are top jobs that people are looking for globally today? If they're aware, then they will fit into it. But most of them are not. Most of you actually, they stay social media. What they think about the entertainment is fun, it's leisure. That most youth talk about today. It's a few actually that you find out actually they're involved with technology and all that. But most of them, it's all about entertainment. It's either they are music or they want to go to Nollywood and all of that. That's where you find them really. But we need to begin to reorientate all of this youth so that they can understand that actually going to technology actually gives you leverage and mileage. I mean, you can do Nollywood for a while, you can do your music for a while, but if you're in technology, it's for life, really. So because you're actually working with knowledge that you keep reinventing all the time, and so you can stay relevant and all that. So it's important for actually to create that awareness, then enlightenment for you to understand. Look, there are within the technology space, there are different job opportunities that are there. If you get the relevant skill, get the tutor and get the skills, and you're going to get a job, are marketable to anywhere in the world. So that's what technology actually is good. You're marketable anywhere in the world. And you can stay in Nigeria and be working for anybody outside the country. And be earning dollars while you're sitting down in Nigeria here. So that awareness will be created. So they need to understand the opportunities that are available within that space as well.
Okay. You know, if you look at, there was a study, okay, let me put it, a report by the CNN, I think about 3 weeks ago. We have some kids in US are saying that they want to be Instagram celebrities, but the kids in China say they want to be good in robotics. Now, it talks about the issue of what? Culture, values. No, our environment. Do you think there's a kind of value you need to look into or to change to disrupt so that the disruption can take place? What do you think?
Okay, like you said earlier, people are keen about entertainment, etc. And you know why? Because those are the only people who carry on with the optics of people who are living fairly well on social media. Now, some of us who have decided to fold our sleeves to work, even if tomorrow I become super rich, I'm not going to throw myself at social media. So some level of mentorship, like he mentioned, from people like us, we need to start stepping up to talk about how wealth can be created and not the sort of, wealth is different from on the surface type riches that we see in Nigeria. We all want to drive big cars. Yes, there's this, I don't know if there's a spiritual angle to it, why somebody will not let me pass. You will feel that if I drive past and there's an angle to it, why should you be first? It's an issue. It's a mentality issue. So leadership requires that you take away that frustration that people bring to the table every day and do what is right. You never know who is watching. You don't know how many people you will impact eventually. You don't know when it's going to go viral that you're doing the right thing. We like to do agidi for nothing, for no reason. Instead of doing what is right, the empty heads that we interview every now and then, I'm sorry to use the word empty heads, but that's the right narrative for it. People apply for jobs in your firm, you're looking for specific skills. And then you look at, on paper, this person is amazing. I like to interview the people we employ in our company. So I put out the call to say, hi, is that Mr. Hillary? And they, yes, Hillary, can you remember what companies you've applied for a specific job, blah, 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 blah. I will tell you my company name. You can't even remember the job you applied for. How are you going to work for me? So the society needs to begin to retool the young people. Maybe the guys who are already like 20 and above, they are set in their ways. But every day, children are coming up. I have 3 children, and I want to set the right example. And from the right example, we can begin to look at another 15 years of having the right people. We're talking about fraudsters today. It started in the 90s. People started copying that nonsense from the 90s. And look where we are today as a nation. What that thing has fed is ordinary sense of wealth on the surface level, no depth. And so that has actually misled the youth. Today, your laptops ought to be like your tool, your equipment to, wealth. Today, it's become a thing of crime, like when the police sees you on the road and you're a young man, you have a laptop, by default, you're a fraudster. So we need to begin to retool ourselves. And if you carry laptops around because you're looking forward to deceive online, shame on you. And then if you carry it for the good of society, kudos, and that should be welcomed. So we need to retool the way we mentor the upcoming generation.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so
thank you so much.
For some people, someone who is in the audience and want to join FinTech Association of Nigeria, what are the benefits or what are the things a person can get joining the association? What are the benefits or the things that the association can help to direct young people, especially those who are in the startup ecosystem? Some are looking for funding, some have the issue of policy, some are looking for direction. So what can they do for us?
Okay, basically we try to create like I said, one of our objectives is connecting people and to accelerate development. So those 3 objectives are driven by 6 elements. One, identifying talents, creating capacity development for them, linking them to capital, linking them to market, ensure there's progressive regulatory reforms. See, because the bulk of it is finance, financial systems are stable as the reforms that govern it. So there has to be governance, how the level to which it should go is another thing entirely. And then, of course, continuous government support within that area. So those 6 elements drive what we do. And recently we decided that we're opening up the association to individuals. That's why we're having the program in the University of Ibadan. We're actually bringing in students so that we can start to mentor them. We can start to drive innovation, into them. Let me just go back slightly to what he just said. The change will occur when we start it in our homes. I'm going to share the story, my own experience, and I'm not trying to blow a trumpet. My wife and I, when we started having kids, decided that we were not going to watch TV during the week. That during the week was business, and started right when they were in nursery. During the week was business. Weekends, you can watch TV. And we also disciplined ourselves not to. And then, when they watch TV, there's only one TV in the house. So if they're watching, I'm watching. If I'm watching, they are watching. So we can discuss. So when my daughter was going to school, she was 16, and we had to take her to the US, and our roommates came with a 32-inch TV. And I remember a few months after I was speaking to her on Skype, and I said, "Oh, what happened? I can't see the TV in your room." She said, "No, they kept disturbing her, and they had to fight about it, so they moved the TV to the next room because she doesn't want to go." So she had disciplined herself for what she wanted to do. And she graduated with a first class. So what I'm saying is that we, the parents, need to start that discipline of the children. We should not leave it to the schools. It must start from the home. She was away, 10,000 miles away, so she could have watched TV, she could have done anything. But that discipline, I thank God for it, that discipline she had cultivated in, and she was focused on what she wants to do. So we must start from home and then take it into the universities, and it helps what they eventually do or become. So I think that while associations or schools will be expected to do things, we as parents should do what we also need to do.
Okay, thank you. What's the next frontier in terms of the cybersecurity area, which is where you're playing big? Because everything, disruptions, innovations, whatever we talk about, security comes on top. So what's your advice for young people who want to venture into cybersecurity? What should be the steps you can take?
Okay, I'll start with this. Trust me, innovation is good. Then there's a pro and con to innovation. So that's why you need to know both of them. And user awareness is key a lot. You can have the best technology, you can have the best process, but if your people are not good enough, trust me, it will flood it too. In fact, there's a saying that we normally say that there's no patch for human stupidity. If human being is stupid, trust me, it's stupid. If you have a server that is not okay, you can patch it. But if a human being decided to be stupid, it can disrupt whatever thing you need to do. So, information security awareness is still key for both organizations, governments need to make everybody aware of what is going on, even people at the rural area. So that we will not look at the urban area alone, because we are still preaching this innovation to people at the rural area too. So we need to let everybody know see, this is the good side and this is the bad side. This is what you need to do to be, so that you won't be defrauded. At the end of the day, the innovation you want to do, people will not see the bad side and they will not see the good side. So security awareness is actually the key for me.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to have one or two comments and we just summarize. One or two comments. Okay. Okay, so please come over.
Everybody, I'm Bala Abubakar Musa. The question I have here, or I can say, the question I can say, to either of the panelists can decide to answer it. What do people think need to be done on reshaping the mindset of we Nigerians on the use of the internet? You know, many youths nowadays believe the internet can only be used for cyber crimes. That's the area we want to go. And at the same time, what the government needs to do in reorienting the mindset of the masses on what needs to be done in terms of the way the government, the authorities harass the youth in terms of using internet gadgets.
Okay.
Like when you are with Android phones or mobile laptop, you are regarded as a fraudster. It's fraudster.
Okay.
So I think what do people think the government needs to do to that?
What can be done to change the situation? Okay. If you can go and take it.
Okay. To use the internet is like these days. Internet is like waking up to eat. In fact, we all open our phones before we do anything else. So it's not about using the internet, it's about the individual. For instance, when I go on the internet, I go to Nairaland to read the true hearts of Nigerians, and then I go to Instagram to look at these optics things that I've complained about before I even do serious work. But what's beautiful is that when I sit back to do work-related things, it excites me. So, and the internet drives every sector in the world today. Am I wrong? No. So we need government and we Nigerians, we need to find what we're passionate about. For instance, if I'm asking a young lady or a young man in this forum what he's passionate about, from there we can actually tell him to zero down whatever he's doing towards pursuing that passion. Now for people like us, it's not always about money. Like I said before I started out today, I left the NNPC in 2016. People would say, oh, you've always had it fair. No. Money is good, I like money. But I left the NNPC because that's not the sort of money, that's not how I want to retire. I want to retire and leave something that people will say, okay, we contributed this to the society. We built something that changed how auction is done in Nigeria from traditional or magu-magu way to a system that entrenches probity and accountability. The initial steps weren't very easy, but we're at a point where everybody is saying, plus the CBN is saying, how can we use your platform to drive the National Collateral Registry? Now, that narrative didn't happen overnight. It's about passion. So when I do all the frivolous things about looking at Nairaland, Instagram, I go back to the work. I make sure that my team is well taken care of, and I just zero my mind on what I'm passionate about. So for you, my brother, you must understand one thing. You must find out that thing you're passionate about. When you can come, we can have an interaction on that. You can share with us what you're passionate about. You can speak from there. What are you passionate about? As a young Nigerian?
As a Nigerian?
Yes.
Creativity.
So what aspect of creativity? I'm a creative member of my team.
That's very good. The thing is this, we, in other countries,
No, I'm asking, what's that thing you're very passionate about? You need to zero it down to what you really, what's that thing that drives you? Just, there is no shame here.
Yeah, of course there is no shame.
Yeah.
How to come up with new technologies that will help in, making things done easier here in Nigeria. Not that others have to do it outside and we make use of it.
Fantastic. It's in line with what we're doing here, which is, do you have any idea on how you can bring solutions to problems? We have a lot of problems in Nigeria, which in itself is an opportunity for every one of us. And yes, the problems are so much that if you pick one and squeeze the juice out of it, you will be great. So what's that thing you wake up every day and complain? It could be managing our partners, the women in our lives. Yes. Because
I think you saying that is an opportunity for me to be with you and put something into work. I still need to think more of
technology can solve, algorithms solve amazing issues. All you need to do is think about one problem, and then you just use technology to drive it and resolve it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. It could be to make sure that the air that we breathe in this forum is actually at a point where it's very healthy for us, So you write the algorithm, people will, or not, you write the concept, tech people will transfer it into an algorithm that will create a solution that will make sure that this air is at certain blah blah. So everything in life is driven by, processes, algorithms, etc. And that's why we have a lot of traffic in Lagos. You know why? Because they like follow processes. Everybody wants to go first, and then we end up having traffic that will also not fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So because of our time, I really want to appreciate this for doing now this process. People talk to us. A startup without a process is doomed to fail. Anything you are doing without the right process, you are doomed to fail. So that is what we want to encourage our people to understand, that the process to everything. You don't just give birth today and tomorrow you are flying. You must have a step to go. So thank you very much. I want to appreciate you for your opportunity, for your time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can I appreciate the team, please? Can I
the CIO beyond 2020 and the role they will play. So, Engineer, please, this is the time for you, please, so that we just summarize and be honest. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for staying back to this time around. Minister, after his presentations, we will have the vote of thanks, then we'll go for the lunch. Thank you.
Right, quickly, because we're going to go for lunch after now. I'm just going to talk a little bit about, I'm not going to use my slides because we don't have the time. I'm going to just try and talk about 2020 and beyond, the CIO role. Now, in our world today, what you hear is words like disruption, you hear words like innovation, transformation, of course, data. That's what you hear basically in our world today. I mean, what does that mean to a CIO? We're talking about IT leadership here, basically. What does that actually mean to a CIO? Disruption, transformation, innovation, and data. Whether you're working in a public or private sector environment, it affects you one way or the other. But that's something that affects your position as a CIO. Now, increasingly, according to IDC, which is actually a research organization, IT organization that focuses on technology, it talks about the fact that increasingly the role of CIO is actually changing. It's actually been threatened, as it were, because CMOs, CDOs, CTOs are actually beginning to do CIO roles globally because of the way technology has been democratized. So it's increasingly creeping into those roles of CIO. Again, we're moving away from traditional IT to a digital IT space. So the conventional method of running IT is changing rapidly because of a few things that are happening in our world today, which I mentioned earlier on. So the issue of disruption is key. And the funny thing I've also observed over the years is the fact that most IT leaders do not reinvent themselves. they right to maintain the status quo, because originally what IT does actually ensure that the lights are up, the servers are working, network is running, all that. So they keep all that. But that's gone. Because IT must understand leadership, business. IT must understand business. There's huge disconnect between IT and business in most organizations, whether it's public sector or private sector. Huge disconnect. So the IT person talks about, we need money to buy servers, we need money to buy laptop, desktop, and all that. The issue is, the CEO looks at you or CFO looks at you, okay, yeah, you want to buy servers, yeah, so what for? How does that add up to our business? Our bottom line and all of that. But that has to change. If for you to be a successful IT person, IT leader, you must understand how to speak the business language. Stop speaking technology language, because that doesn't add up to the management at all. It doesn't add up. You know, from my experience, I'm a marketer as a CIO. I mean, I market technology to my management as a CIO. So I sell technology to them. And if I go to ask for funds, I don't want to ask for funds to buy technology equipment. No, I talk about the problem of the company and how we need to solve the problem, and how that adds to the bottom line of the organization, because I understand the organization properly, I understand what the organization does, strategy, business, structure, and all that. So the business actually is me, I'm in the business. I cannot provide solution as IT, as a CIO, if I don't know the business. I'll just be talking technology, you know, nice to have things in the organization. But at the end of the day, it does not bring value to the organization. Because you should be able to have metrics, how to monetize IT assets. But that's something that is key. If you're going to buy a server, how does that server add up to the bottom line of the organization? How does it improve efficiency? How does it enhance productivity? How does it grow or scale up the company or the business? And when I'm talking about both public and private sector organizations. You might say public sector, they don't talk about revenue, but they deliver services. So how can you actually improve your service that you deliver based on the IT assets you want to bring into the organization? Now, today we'll talk about BYOD, BYOA. Bring your own device and bring your own asset to the workplace. That disrupts the whole organization, basically IT-wise. So how do you manage all of those things? Because you must allow them to happen. That's where the world is going. You must allow them to happen. Some organizations today that I know, they do not buy IT assets for their staff. They actually expect you to come with your laptop, your mobile device and all that. They give some allowance for that purpose. They won't buy and give you. Because what's happening to them, they're actually reducing cost of asset acquisition, and they're empowering you as a staff to be able to own your own asset as well. So you can work from anywhere to anywhere for the organization 24 hours, 7 days a week. Again, the social and the workplace is the migration actually is blood now. They're the same. There's no difference whether you're at home at 8 p.m. or at work at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. They're the same, right, globally. Because despite that you're working 24 hours, 7 days, because technology actually helps you to do that, basically. So for CIOs, there's a few things they need to understand. First of all, their role is not primarily about making sure the lights are up, servers are working, all that. No, their role actually is to innovate the business they're in reinvent it, help to scale it, provide enablers for that business to grow. That's part of their role as CIOs. You know, and that's key for CIOs to understand. Because because we're technology people, we're so used to technology, we want to just remain there and ensure that, okay, let everybody enjoy the technology service and all that, but it doesn't work that way. Again, today, part of the challenge you have as a CIO today is that you have shadow IT people in the organization. These are non-IT professionals who everybody believes he or she is an IT expert today. Everybody just believes that. Everybody. Thinks that, okay, me, I'm an IT expert because I can use laptops, so I'm on social media. That's what everybody just believes today in our world. So they create problems for you in your workplace. If you don't know how to manage them within your environment, create policies that actually enable them actually to work in that environment and be able to deliver service to the organization. So that's one challenge that IT face. The issue of also digital trust is an issue today in our world when it comes to cyber breaches and cyber security issues. People need to be able to, you need to earn that trust from your internal customers, which are your phone employees and all that. Look, they have been able to be on the network. Whatever they're doing actually is protected and secure within your network. Even access to the outside world as well, that has to happen as well. So digital trust is one. Number two, what challenges them again, basically is the fact that, within the IT space, funding is a problem. It's actually a problem. Funding is a big problem, because there's so many demands because oftentimes ICT things are not, they're intangible. I mean, you're going to buy a software that costs 50 million naira, for example. What is working? I mean, they look at you and say, can we see what you're buying? Can we see what you're buying? You're thinking about this is just a software. It's actually, you can download it from online and then it's installed on another. The auditors don't even want to see what you're buying. Then when you now move to cloud, that's another terrain altogether. You're actually creating more problems for yourself because they're not seeing anything within your premise. They're telling you this thing is actually, we're paying for this, but it's actually hosted somewhere and all that. It's an issue for CIOs to manage. But again, now the CIO now needs to actually create an awareness enlightenment program for those who are involved in this chain of, work in the organization because they need to understand what it's doing. I mean, one of the things I did, basically for me, was we have about 15 departments in my organization, 15 departments. I had to now create what I call customer service forum for all departments. So I sit down with them and talk and sit down, look, guys, what are the issues with IT? What are the things we're not doing well, things we're doing well? What are the needs and all of that? So we'll sit down and agree on all of those, set up SLAs between me and each of the departments. So there are things that I'm obligated to do for them, they're also supposed to do for me as well. So I could be able to deliver the kind of service they expect from me. We set up those SLAs between departments, depending on all the departments in my organization, so that we're holding ourselves accountable to each other and deliver the service that's supposed to deliver. Now, the issue of funding, I came to a level where I had zero budget for IT. Because the issue is that they look at the budget in the organization and say, look, IT, you have X amount of money. What are you going to do with all this money you're having? We're not saying anything about that money. So I learned that you can actually do zero budget for IT. And leave the budget in other departments, finance, HR, and all that. But again, you're still going to spend the money as IT anyway because the funds actually is for IT. So when we go for budget meetings, for example, people are talking about they need money for this, they need money for that. They ask me, look, I said to them, I don't have budget, zero budget. But you know the fun about it, the person in HR will say, look, we need 50 computers, we need to get this software, we need to get this and all that. So within the budget committee's meeting, they are fighting themselves. I'm a spectator, I'm watching them. So they will fight and agree together that, okay, HR will have this X number of computers, finance, commercial and all that. When they aggregate together, that is IT budget, but it's not sitting on it's not sitting. So nobody will ask me, you had X amount of money as budget for this year. No, there was nothing. So what happens now actually is that those departments actually are the ones who fight for me to get funds to do for them what they need to have. So I've taken that pain for myself. But often I will struggle for, we must get a budget, must get a budget, must get a budget. Look, forget about the budget. What matters is that you get the fund. How you get the fund is what matters. Try and get the fund anyway, anyhow. So I created that environment and it has helped me. I don't have a headache about funding. Because those who need the services are those who fight for the money to be provided for them to get the service and get the IT access they want. So it changed my landscape for funding entirely. Because I can get my funding because the users actually need the funds. So it's important for CIOs, IT leaders to understand the fact that they need to do less of technology and do more of the business. Now, 10 years into my leadership role, I had to separate IT operations from strategy. So I had to appoint somebody as IT manager while I was sitting at, that person actually manages operations. Then while I was sitting at the strategic level, at the C-level and all that. So anything that has to do operations, it doesn't come to me. It comes to the IT manager. She runs the operations. So it gave me time to focus on strategic IT issues, basically. Now, it might shock you. I'm talking about government organization here. I worked for government for a couple of years. Now, government has to do with hierarchy. They like hierarchy a lot. You must talk to the person who is the organ. But I actually flipped it. I flipped it in my department. And I said to them, look guys, nobody can talk to me about any IT service. You must first of all, I created a help desk, IT service help desk. So, and I said first of all, you must talk to the help desk, report your issues there. They will escalate it to whichever staff that is qualified to handle that issue. It's until it goes through that chain and the council of that's where you can get to me. So what does that do? It reduces the time wasting because you tell me, I want to tell somebody, it goes down the line. So rather than go to the first point of contact that will deliver the service, it comes to me, who should be the last contact in the first place. So I feel the government's way of doing things. Now, it didn't happen overnight. It didn't just happen. Part of what happened was that, again, you need to be self-aware of your environment and be able to focus and do what he's supposed to do. I went to my MD, because one day he just called me and said, look, he has a problem with the system and all that in the office. I went to him. So I called there, I said, MD, you know what? If I was in the US or in Abuja or somewhere, he called me on the phone. Do you know you won't get the service you're asking for right now? I said, what do you mean? I said, yeah, you won't get the service. Because you actually called the wrong person to deliver the service. He said, what do you mean? I said, yeah. So I had to explain to him, you know what? I have a help desk. The way to do this to make an efficient and effective service is the fact that your secretary should call the help desk if you have an IT problem. The help desk will solve your problem promptly. But if you call me, I'm going to go through several channels before the service will be there to you. So he said, I think that makes sense. So I said, wait, I'm not going to fix this problem. This staff I came with now is going to fix this problem. I just bring it here so that you know that he's going to do the job. Of course, I stood there, the guy did the job. I said, next time, MD, when there's a problem that has to do with this thing, this particular issue, he's going to come. He won't see me. He's going to come. So the MD said, look, I think I like what you're saying. I said, can you put it a memo, write a memo, sir? Of course, he didn't remember that they signed it off to the whole organization and said, look, from now on, every IT issue reported to help desk. So what has happened officially, I've changed, I've tweaked the civil service hierarchy thing. I've started from where it's supposed to start from, not from the top. I can't solve the problem now. I'm not the almighty God that will solve the problem. So I have my own job to do. And not every person has a job to do. Some people won't like it, but it gave me freedom to do this I wanted to do. Because everybody understands their roles and jobs and all that. Okay, so and they were doing what they're supposed to do basically. So that became the norm for my organization. That if you have any IT issue, you need to go to help desk and report. Either call in or walk in or send an email or something. Just go there. They'll fix your problem. Okay, so that changed the paradigm for me. And it helped for us to deliver efficient service to our internal customers. Now, again, because we became friends with our internal customers, they would actually to open up to us and tell us what we're doing well, we're not doing well. So it wasn't that we're chasing them or they're chasing them. No, there was that openness. And we're open to criticism, as a matter of fact. Tell us where we're not doing well. Don't come and shout. So we can help you solve the problem and give you the kind of service you need to enable you to deliver financial service, commercial service, engineering service, and all that, so that you can be effective. So when we agree all of these successes together, department by department, the organization is better, and everybody is happier, and our external customers are also happier because we're giving them service that actually they require. So the CIO basically need to continue, should be a learning CIO. That means you should keep learning and reinventing yourself. And some of them actually are so traditional in their approach that what they used to know 10 years ago is still what they used to know now, what they know now. So they're not even ready for transformation. And that's why some of them are already being disrupted. Some of them are already being disrupted. So it's either you're a disruptor or you're disrupted. Those are two ways. Either you're a disruptor or you are disrupted. But choose to be a disruptor, not to be disrupted. Because it's going to happen whether you like it or not. It's going to happen. If you're so stuck up or locked down with your traditional approach of technology, you're going to get extinct. It's a matter of time. You're going to get extinct. Let me ask, how many people are CIOs here or head of IT here? You're a CIO or head of IT. You're managing IT in your organization. Okay, just one person. Okay, 2, 3. Okay, managing IT organization. Okay, good. I'm going to ask 1 or 2 questions before I shut down because of the time and all that. What peculiar problem do you encounter in your organization with terms of funding? What peculiar problem?
Is actually how to raise it, and but we've not been encountering such problem because we have solutions in place that generate even while we are asleep.
So you're a service provider?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, the gentleman of face cap.
I also adopt your motto, no budget.
No budget. No budget. Okay, so tell me, you work for a company or you work for yourself?
I work for a company as a CTO.
How many staff do you have?
How many staff? 6 is a startup.
It's a startup?
Yes.
So you're all techies?
We are not all techies. My CEO manages getting the funding and all of that. I manage just the tech side of the business.
Okay, so the startup.
Okay.
So how do we get funds? So how do we get funds?
How do you get funds here?
We pitch to investors. We seek funding from ourselves and from investors, basically. And it's a very hard task. But so far, we've been getting an headway from investors, most from outside the country.
Okay. I have to give somebody else, but I'm going to ask a question.
I think I have an answer to that.
Answer to what? I'm asking
the question about how we get funding. My highest issue with the place I work is you have to validate this money they are giving you. You know, when you say, okay, we need to build this app, then you get the CTO, you explain the concept. Now he gives you a breakdown of the budget. Now you have to take that breakdown to the management and get them to give you the money. Most of the time it's like, this guy, you're always collecting money. We need physical, you know, yeah, they prefer giving money to people that buy physical things like this, instead of giving you that you're just writing code and doing, you know.
Okay, you know what? You need to create that awareness and understanding what we see at Banks of Breathing. But because we don't see the software and all that, you can't see the codes. So the field is abstract. I mean, why am I spending so much money and this guy is collecting money? I'm not even seeing what he's doing and all that. So you need to be able to sit down and explain what it is. I mean, I did that. So that understanding was there. I mean, I remember when we did Microsoft Enterprise license, EA license, and the auditor was saying, look, you spend, I mean, I know how much you spend on that thing. And he was saying, look, where is the thing that we paid this money for? I said, but it's on your laptop, your desktop. He said, no, where? So that's it. So after a time, they came to understand the fact that, okay, in IT there are two sides of it. There's intangible and tangible. So they understood that, and of course, from then there was no issue. Okay, so like you need to make them understand that basically anyway. And that's the way it works really. But you're not going ongoing thing, and you keep doing, you keep doing, so that you won't have business and technology disconnect, because it happens all the time. Technology is going somewhere, business is going another way. So you're going to keep having that conflict until you align both of them together. Then it's a lot easier for you to get what you want from the organization. I have a gift. I want to ask a question. I never answer that question. I'll get a gift. Right now, we're actually in hyperspeed, hyper-connected, and a hyperscale world, where disruption is creating all kinds of new businesses, new models, new products, new services, and solutions. But one of the critical issues actually today, for me, is issue of security, which is critical. I just want somebody to tell me, in the past 12 months, or in the past 3 years, what was the most significant security issue that we heard about in the past? Just one, the most significant in the past 3 years. Okay, was it Nigeria, Shai? It wasn't Nigeria. It wasn't Nigeria. It wasn't a Nigeria thing. Cybersecurity. Yeah, security breach. That was all over the place. What in the past 3 years?
Can I answer?
No, you can't answer. Yeah? Sorry? Who's talking? Please, can you stand up? Who's talking? Please go and take this. I mean that was strong story. That's strong story.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. All right. Just to wrap up, I want to say to us CIO leaders, CIOs in the world today, because we have more access to devices, so we keep using data every time. So you must understand the importance of data as CIO. You must understand the value of innovation as CIO. You must understand also the fact that the speed and scale, okay, of technology is actually increased so much that you must, if you're not careful, you're going to get disrupted. Thank you.
Well spent. I thank God that we've come to the end of this event. So I have to appreciate everyone that is here for making our time to be here, because this event cannot be successful without you here. I also thank my colleague because he started by doing a sort of a vote of thanks for our key speakers, and they are not here now. When it's my turn to do vote of thanks. So Peter, you tried by doing that vote of thanks at the beginning of the event. Okay, I need to appreciate those people that made this possible. Global Accelerate. So they are our platinum sponsors. They power this event to make it successful because you need money to put something like this together. Well, so unfortunately, the main two guys were unable to show up, but they were fully represented by Wale Badr as well. Then we have our public sector infrastructure provider, Galaxy Backbone. They've been enormous and supporting everything that's going on in the industry. At least they've moved from public to private. They're doing both public and private at the same time. So kudos to Galaxy Backbone. We also give thanks to AfriTECH technology. They are entry unavoidably absent, but also supported us to ways the CTO and innovation bed. So that's very crucial. What we have today is something else. And we believe next edition of Mobile Disruptive Forum will have a bigger and will give you time to do more. Then we are also appreciating Senate Bank, Access Bank, and SEC. They made this event successful. So we are very grateful to you. We say kudos to you as well. And we also give kudos to our association endorsement people, ArtCon, Arten, eSport, and all of them. They all motivated us, and ITAN, they all motivated us to be here. So please, I thank each and every one of you, our media partners as well. There are many to be mentioned. Rack Center, I think the man from Rack Center is still around, or has he? So Rack Center, we give kudos to them. So we thank each and every one of you. By next year, when we'll be doing, it's going to be more elaborate, but we give thanks to God who made it possible for us to achieve this feat. And we believe that we're going to achieve a bigger feat. And the last people, Association of Mobile Money and Banking Agents. This event is also important for them, but unfortunately they came late. So by next year, because they are planning an event in Kano in November, so by next year they're going to be more active. So thank you for coming and wish you a safe journey back to different destinations.
Thank you. But one thing I want to tell you is this: if you're a startup here or a young business and you need media support, come to TechEconomy.ng, let's work with you. Communication Suite is also there, they work with you. And all our media partners, IT Pulse, TechNext, eTimes, they are all here. eBusiness Live, eWorld, IT Realms, they are all here. We want to work with you as a business startup or business platform. Let's push you to where you should be using our media support. Thank you and God bless you. See you next year.
I represent Medallion Communications and I'm the CTO for Medallion Communications.
All right, some of the issues that we addressed at the panel, could you please just give us a recap as to how you...
Okay, so when we are talking about the infrastructure, of course there is an infrastructure gap within Nigeria, because if you look at Lagos, the infrastructure is beautiful. Once you move out of Lagos, or maybe for example Lagos, Abuja and Port Harcourt, the infrastructure goes down. Okay, as a part of Medallion and a commitment to the Nigerian growth, what we are looking at is to build more data centers in around selected 5 cities for the next 24 months. And that will be, design part is completed. So we will start work from January of the Q1, rather I can say in a bold way, in a Q1. And next year we will start the work in some of these cities and grow across.
So what are some of the challenges you're experiencing in trying to put this in place?
See, these challenges are common across. Okay, one is of course your fiber connectivity, then the basic fundamental issue of power. So these are the issues. But of course, we are used to this kind of an issues and we know how to deal with it, and we have to move ahead. And that's a business opportunity under the challenge.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Okay.
For a period of 3 months for the operator to carry out proof of concept of 5G, and let's see what the with the existing, they already have the frequency, they already have the spectrum that we've allowed them to do the trial on, just for us to see whether those key attributes of 5Gs, can be attained before the full approval of 5G to be rolled out in the country. So it's a proof of concept.
What was the basis for selecting this particular operator, and
usually proof of concepts do come either a vendor can also come, because at the end of the day it is the vendors that are testing their equipment, not the operator, because the operator doesn't have. So it is the vendors, and this proof of concept is going to be done with all the major vendors that we have in the country that are providing the telecom industry with equipment. Yes.
Which operator are we using here?
The operator is not very important, but what I want to tell you is that all the vendors are being used. Equipment of all the vendors are in the program that has been lined up for the trial. All the major vendors that are playing in the telecom industries are involved.
Do we have the local content of the local equipment vendors we are talking about? What percentage are we looking at? Local compared to foreigner?
Let's look at the companies.
Well, the issue is the telecom equipment in this provision of telecom in this country for now is majorly dominated by foreign companies. All right, but the important thing is we will be involved in monitoring, and most likely we will also involve the security agencies because of the 5G security concerns that have been raised around the world. The Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy will be involved just for a proof of concept for a period of about just 3 months.
Talking about major vendors, are you referring to Ericsson, ZTE?
Yes, all of them. Nokia, Ericsson, ZTE, Huawei, all of them.
Yes. So lastly, what do you make of this change of name by the Ministry of Communications, adding digital?
I believe this is the overall vision of the minister, because the world is going digital, and even as of now, ICT contribution to our GDP is over 10% now. So I think this is the thinking, and when you think, you act along that line. And I think this is a very broad policy shift, which all the implementing agencies under the ministry will key into that, so that we move, the just user of ICT to creating value. Because at the end, what we call digital economy is creating economic value using digital platforms. This is the future.
All right. Don't we have a legal backing for this to be realistic, to be realized? Don't we need a legal backing for us to be part of the parliament to achieve this digital economy ministry?
And probably, sorry sir,
ministries are created by the executive. And you remember just recently we have Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs created. So it's just to implement government policies or bring out broad government policies in those directions. So there is no need for parliament backing for those kind of things.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's allow him to
CWG, which is the foremost technology company, the largest on the technology sector in the Nigeria Stock Exchange. I'm also an entrepreneur in residence at Columbia Business School in New York. I'm on the World Economic Forum Agenda Council for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And my passion nowadays is to propagate shared prosperity And the way we do that is to mentor companies to scale their businesses geometrically so they can increase and maximize the jobs they create. Many more people will have jobs, and then we'll have shared prosperity.
All right, just like a recap of the report you gave in there concerning mobile and of course how this will be disruptive.
Well, I mean, I think the issue is brought by an analogy about how important one thing or another is. I mean, the first question you ask yourself is, when you are going out, what do you consider, what do you carry, what do you use? Everybody will take their keys to lock the door, they'll take their wallet to make purchases, but people go back home when they forget their phone. So the phone has become ubiquitous. And the ubiquitousness of the phone is because of the pervasive nature of it. It transcends space and time. You use it to talk to people in different time zones. And you can send an SMS and somebody will pick it up and read it at the time that they want to read it. So this is a very versatile system that has changed the way we do so many things. The way we hail a taxi, the way we book a hotel room, the way we watch movies, the way we listen to even radio, whatever. So the mobile phone has become so important. Right? It's generating its own economy, which we call the digital economy. You know, payments from bank to bank or from individual to individual are all done now in a digital mode rather than carrying check or cash. So this is why it's so important that we ensure that nobody is left out. There's no exclusion, rather there will be inclusion on this mobile. Today, as I speak to you, there are, out of the 7 billion people in the world, 3.9 billion are using mobile phones. By 2025, we're going to have 6 billion people that are using mobile phones. And most of those will be 5G. At least for every 5 mobile phones, 4 will be on 5G. And that brings the concern that we have. The concern is that whilst 4G, we've done well with 4G, the 4G technology is flattening out and it's going to continually decline, and the 5G is going to pick up. And we have not shown a readiness for 5G. The readiness depends on public policy. The readiness depends on content that you put in there for people, because they're not going to buy the device for itself, payments and so on. And in terms of affordability and in terms of infrastructure. If you look at infrastructure, I think we've done reasonably well. The problem comes from the public policy, which is the right of way. And the right of way charges and the special taxes for telecoms is high. I think it's like eating your seed. Because if you look at the presentation from the research by the Global GSM Association, you see that the productivity is the biggest chunk of the economic derivative of that digital economy. So if we are talking about 1.14 trillion by 2025 in terms of that network operator adding to the GDP of the world, but in terms of productivity, we are talking about almost 3 trillion in terms of what this technology is enabling. So instead of taxing this 1.143, let it flow, let it immerse the ecosystem and tax the productivity. You're getting more money from there. People are more included.
Yeah, my name is Peter Oluka. I'm the editor of TechEconomy.ng, the conveners of Mobile and Disruptive Technology Forum. This is the maiden edition, and the purpose of this forum is actually to discuss or to lead inter-sectorial discussion among players in different sectors, so that we're able to look at the dynamics of the new workplace, the dynamics of the digital economy, the dynamics of digital services, the dynamics of the fourth industrial revolution. So where are we? What should we be doing? Where are we headed? So it's a kind of a platform for people to learn, unlearn and relearn about the things that we ought to be doing. You know, these days we hear people talk about digital services, why do we need to focus on digital services? What are the importance of digital services? What are the significance of digital services? These are things we wanted to use the platform to highlight. And we're able to achieve that purpose today, having our partners and our sponsors and people who, and industry leaders who came to tell us, one, that digital services as a company or as an institution, you have to be careful how you deal with the customers. You have to make sure that the user interface of whatever you are doing of a digital place is something that is, the experience is welcoming. And the services that you render, what are the content you have that you give to people, and as a young person out there, what are the things we are doing to fit into this space, the future of work, or the future work. How prepared are you? We're talking about the time of the artificial intelligence, the time of the data science, the time of machine learning, the time of robotics, financial technology, and the rest of them. So what are we doing? We discovered that, like the panel session, said that there's need for a mind shift among the young people, so that we'll fit in or focus on those things that we position our country to be part of the fourth industrial revolution, because it revolves around us. So that's what the forum is all about. And today we are able to kickstart a journey that we believe will take us to a place we ought to be. Please join us. Thank you very much. Okay, so I just want to use the opportunity also to appreciate the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, who sent a powerful delegation to come and stay with us today and tell us how the sector, or how the industry as a regulator, what the role they are playing to kind of open the sector even more to opportunities that are bound in the internet space. I also want to thank the Global Accelerates who believe in us, and they through their support, Digital Encode. I want to also thank the Zenith Bank, Access Bank. We want to thank also AfriTECH Technologies, who worked with us on this very platform. We also want to appreciate our partners, Artcon, Artin, who right around us, the Association of Licensed Mobile Payment Operators, FinTech Association of Nigeria, Rack Center, Rise Networks, who are the founders of Rise Labs, our media partners, and even young people who left, and young executives who left their offices and stayed with us today. The CIOs, the CFOs, the CEOs, everybody that came. So we want to say thank you for running around us and coming to be part of this discussion. The discussion has just started, and we'll continue to discuss until when we get it right. Thank you very much.